Excel. And to start with, first you can see we are on our computer, we are on desktop. We are going to know how to create a folder where we are going to then open the Excel, then save. Creating a folder, we just right click, new folder. Let's say our folder, we call it data analytics. Then enter. Then after that, now we open Excel. Just start button, just click start button, then you open Excel, Microsoft Excel, or rather still you can just come and write there Excel. Once you open Excel, it is very important you click blank workbook. So we start by saving it. We save it in our folder. So file, save as. It is we created our folder on the desktop. So we click here desktop. We choose our folder. Another state we can create it here. Call it it is data analytics. Let's write it in capital. Data analytics. Then enter. Just double click. Then let's we give a file name. In this case, let's call it loan amortization. We call it loan amortization. Then press enter to save it. So now we have opened our Excel and we have saved. So now in this case, in a very simple terms, let me here as I am in Excel so that you are able to see it very well. Let's increase the font a little bit. So let's ask ourselves, what is loan amortization? What is loan amortization? What is loan amortization? So in this case, we can define it in just simple words. Basically, we say loan amortization, it is the process. It is the process of reducing. It is the process of reducing or paying off debt with regular payments. So we are saying that loan amortization, in this case, let me increase the size. So we are saying it is the process of reducing or paying off debt with regular payment. That is loan amortization. And in this case, to assist us to know how to do the loan amortization, we are going to have to do a simple question that is going to help so that we understand how to prepare the loan amortization schedule. Once again, let me increase the size a little bit. So let me, the question is that an investor borrowed a 6-year loan amounting 1.8 million at annual rate of 12%, at annual rate of 12%. So we are required, let me increase the size still again a little bit. So required, or rather the question now we have been asked, required. We prepare the required now. The question is prepare a loan amortization schedule. Prepare a loan amortization. Prepare a loan amortization schedule. Prepare a loan amortization schedule. So let me repeat the question. So you're saying an investor borrowed a 6-year loan amounting to 1.8 million, and annual rate at annual rate borrowed, and that is at annual rate, that is at annual rate of 12%. So you are required to prepare a loan amortization schedule. So that is our question. So now, using this Excel, how do we go about preparing this loan amortization schedule? So let me highlight where I want to work and increase just size a little bit so that it is very visible. So now, from our question, we have various things. We have the rate. We are given the rate, which is 12%. We are given the amount, and we are given the period, which is now 6 year. It is 6 years. So what we do, we just prepare a small table here. We come and write interest. Write interest that way. Then the other one we write, we have the number of years. We are given the number of years, which is a 6 year. So we can write number of years, number of years. And then the other thing we are given is the amount borrowed. We are given the amount borrowed. We are given the amount borrowed. So you just write it there. So that's what you have as per question. That's what we have. So now, for us to be able to prepare a loan amortization, so you are going to use a formula which you call present value annuity factor. That is, we are going to use present value annuity factor. So here we write that way. Can write in capital present value annuity, present value interest annuity factor. Then after that, we need to know the installment. What shall we be paying on a regular basis? So we write installment there. Just write in small letters. We write installment like that. Then after that, so in this case we have the interest, and interest from our question is 12%. So we write 12% there. Number of years, it is 6 year loan. So we write 6. Amount borrowed, the amount borrowed in this case is 1.8, or rather 1,800,000. Write our figure there, 1,800,000. Then from there, that's what we have. So here we can form a table. Here we call it year. Then after that, the years we have it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then after that, we have the balance. We have the balance brought down. Then from there we have another column here. We call it interest. After that, you're going to have the installments. and then let's just make it, or rather resize it a little bit. Then after that we have now the balance. Here we write balance carried down. So that is our table. So in this case, so that it is can be able to see it very well, let's just highlight. We put the borders. So borders is just home. Here we have where icon called borders. You click there, choose all borders. Just choose all borders. So meaning that now you can be able to view it very well, or rather let me make it much better. So let me click up there, alignment, then border. I choose a thick color a little bit, then I click outline and inside, so that now you can see this is the place of our interest, or rather we have now the table where we are going to work to do our calculations. So now in this case, very important, we have the interest, we have the number of years, and we have the amount borrowed. So how are we going to know the installment that you're going to pay every year? And in that case, or rather, what shall we be paying on a regular basis every year? So in this case, we say that we are going to use the present value interest annuity factor, and we have a formula for that. So we can just write that formula just here. Let's just write this is let me write in capital. Present value interests annuity factor. So the formula I'm going to use is this. We say that it is equals into bracket 1 minus into bracket 1 plus r, which is the rate, as r, which is the rate, then all that close the bracket, raised power n, raised power negative n, all that close the bracket, all that divided by r. So that is the formula we are going to use. So the formula for present value interests annuity factor is equals, that is 1 minus into bracket 1 plus r raised power n, all that divided by r. So you're going to apply it here on our table, that is a present value interests annuity factor. So we write equals, you open the bracket, that is 1 minus into bracket, that is 1 plus r. What is our r? Is 12%. So you just click that 12%. Then you close the bracket. Raised power negative n. N is number of period. So we click n, which is our number of period. Then after that, you close the bracket. All that, what you have written, we divide by. So you write divide by r. So you click 12% again. Then after that you just enter. Then after that you just enter. So if you click, this is now, you have seen our result is 4.11,140,7324. So if you click here, you check there at the formula bar, you can see we have written it is equals 1, that is equals into bracket 1 minus into bracket 1 plus r, which is 12%. In that case, it is dedicating I10 according to which column is and which row is. It is I10. You close the bracket, raised power negative n, which is indicating there it is I11. This one 6, I11. All that divided by the rate once again. So having done that, how now do you calculate the installment. To calculate the installment, you say that it is equals the amount borrowed, which is 1,800,000, divided by present value interests annuity factor. Then you enter. So now you can see the installment that you'll be paying on regular basis is 437,806.2932. That is the installment that you'll be paying on regular basis, or rather in the, our question, on yearly basis. On yearly basis, I repeat that to find the installment, you just write equals the amount borrowed divided by the present value interest annuity factor. So enter. Then after that, now we have our table here. The balance brought down. The balance brought down in this case, it is equals the amount we borrowed, which is 1.8 million. Then what will be the interest? The interest of that amount, it will be equals, we have our rate is 12% times the amount borrowed. Then enter. So I repeat, I've said that it is equals the interest rate multiplied by the amount borrowed, which is 1.8. Enter. So having done that, it is good that you click that figure. You can see where we have the I-10, which stands for the interest. Since this interest rate of 12% is constant, so we lock it. We lock so that it can be constant. So to lock it is a shift and 4 in between the label I, shift and 4. That is $sign. You put $sign to lock it. Then after that, how do you find the installment? The installment is equals. It's just here, installment. Let me repeat. You click the installment, the cell for installment, you write equals, click the figure here, which is 437,806, enter. So this installment, still it is constant. Every year you are required to pay 437,806. So still it's good that you lock it. Shift R in between the label. Enter. Then after that, what will be now the balance carried down? The balance carried down, we say that it is equals what you borrowed, 1.8, plus the interest minus what have been paid the first year, which is 437,806. Enter. So the balance carried by the end of the year, the balance carried down, it will be 1,578,193.707. So what will be the balance brought down for the second year? It will be equals. You click the balance carried down for the first year. Enter. So what will now be the interest for that amount for the second year? So it is equals the interest times our figure now balance brought down for the second year. Enter. So we say that we lock the interest part. So we click here, $sign, and this other one, $sign. Enter. Then what about the installment? So the installment remain the same, which is this one, 437,806. So we click it. So still, it's very important that also we lock it. Also we lock it, and again here we lock it. Enter. Then what will be the balance carried down for the second year? Once again, it is equals the balance brought down for the second year plus the interest of the second year minus the installment. So up to that point you can see the balance brought down is reducing, and you can see also the interest amount. This is now the interest amount is also reducing. But what remains constant is the installment, what you are paying on yearly basis. Those regular payment, just from our definition, is what is remaining constant, or rather the amount is not changing. So we do the same and the same again for the other year. Let's still do for the third year. So for the third year it will be equals, you click the balance brought down for the second year now, enter. What will be the interest? The interest will be equals our 12%, we click it, multiplied by the balance brought down for the third year, enter. Again, it's very important that we lock shift 4, that is $sign, in between the label I, enter. Then installment, you click for that 726, that one remain constant. Also remember to lock it. Also remember to lock it. Shift 4 in between the label. What will be the balance carried down for the third year? It will be equals the balance brought down plus the interest amount minus the installment. So having done that, you might be having, assuming now here you have 6 years, you just do like that. But now it will be somehow tiresome if you do it manually for all those years. Let's say you could be having like 20 years. So doing one, it might seem to be very tiresome. So in this case, it's good that you have to do for the first year and for the second year. For the first year and for the second year, you do it manually, just like the way we have done it. You just do it manually like that. So to make it easier, so now I have deleted for the third year. So I come and highlight this second year, the whole of it. Then here you can see the plus. It's called the out of field hurdle. You hold that out of field hurdle, then you drag it down. You drag it down. So after that, you can see our figures here, the way it looks like. So highlight the whole of it, so that we format to numbers. So you can just click number, then number, you click OK. You click OK. You can see now we borrowed 1,800,000, and by the end of 6 years, we are able to complete the payment. We have now the zero amount here, meaning that we have finished, or rather we have completed our loan, which was 1.8 million. Very important to note is this formula is key. This formula is the one which is enabling us to do everything. That is the present value interest annuity factor. That is the key, which is equals into bracket 1 minus into bracket 1 plus r into bracket raised power negative n, all that divided by r. And now in that case, we are able, we have managed to solve our problem. We have managed to solve our, we have managed to do the loan amortization as for our question. So in that case, I'm going to give you a question, so that now, applying the knowledge that you have learned here, you try to practice it. I'm just going to type it here at the end. So let me write, this is a assignment assignment. An assignment we're going to give you is that an investor borrowed a 9-year loan amounting $3,600,000 at an annual rate of 13%. So an investor borrowed a 9-year loan amounting 3.6 million at an annual rate of 13%. So let me lap. Okay, at an annual rate of 13%. So in that case, what will be now the question? So you are required prepare a monthly loan amortization schedule. So the assignment I'm giving you is that an investor borrowed a 9-year loan amounting 3.6 million at annual rate of 13%. The question, or rather required, prepare a monthly loan amortization schedule. So kindly applying the knowledge that you have learned today, so kindly try to do that assignment. Thank you very much. I hope we have been able to achieve the objective of this lesson. God bless you.
Hello learners, welcome to our third lesson under capital budgeting. Today we are going to study capital budgeting techniques under certainty. Capital budgeting techniques under certainty. Capital budgeting under certainty. Okay, capital investment decisions under certain conditions. That is our topic today. Our lesson. Remember last time we defined what we mean by certainty. Certainty is where the investors are aware of the dynamics, the market dynamics, like investment opportunities. This is where investors are aware of the prevailing opportunities to invest, where the investors are aware, or they know the cost of capital, and they are aware of returns expected from projects. So today we'll be looking at the techniques that can be used in evaluating projects, techniques or methods or tools. We'll be studying the tools or techniques or methods, all right, or methods that can be applied in evaluation of capital projects. And the investment decisions regarding our projects are concerned with the profitability and selection of a project. And remember, in our last lesson, we mentioned that investment decisions involve new projects or new investments. They also involve replacement and many other aspects we discussed in our last lesson. So when appraising or evaluating projects in capital budgeting, and in view of the significance of capital budgeting decisions, it is appropriately necessary that the method adopted for appraisal of capital investment proposal is a sound one. It has to be sound. The technique or the tool or the method to be used in appraising any proposal has to be sound. And how do we measure soundness of a technique? Because there are many techniques which you are going to discuss. But whatever technique is adopted has to be a sound one. All right? Because remember, capital budgeting involves investment of a lot of money. So you need to have a sound technique that will enable you make the correct decisions. So, and any appraisal method should provide the following. Okay? How do we measure soundness? I'm saying soundness can be determined on the basis of many factors, which include, number one, a basis of distinguishing between acceptable and non-acceptable projects. So the technique to use should be one that enables you to select. There should be a selection criteria. There should be a selection criteria or a decision criteria that you need to base on your decision of either accepting or rejecting a project. So there should be a basis of distinguishing between acceptable and non-acceptable projects. Number two is ranking of projects in order of their desirability. So the technique that is to be adopted should also, the technique that ought to be adopted should be one that can rank projects in order of their desirability, so that if you have several projects, like say project A, project B, project C, project D, the criteria that you use, the technique that you use should be able to rank these projects. There should be ranking of projects. The method should be one that enables ranking of projects, so that project A may be ranked number 3, project B ranked number 1, project C ranked number 2, and the other one number 4, for example. So the criteria should be able to rank projects into the order of desirability. So that is an important factor. Number 3, choosing among several alternatives, recognizing the fact that bigger benefits are preferable to smaller ones and early benefits are preferable to later ones. So, and again, there are many projects. I mean, there are many techniques. There are many techniques or methods for evaluating and ranking capital investment proposals. In all these methods, the basic method is to compare the investments in the projects regarding the benefits to be derived. In all these methods, the basic method is to compare the investments in the projects regarding the benefits derived. So those are the features or qualities of a good or sound technique. All right, the technique you adopt should bear the features that I've just mentioned. So remember, we are talking about capital budgeting techniques. Capital budgeting techniques. Capital budgeting techniques. Capital budgeting techniques. And there are two. These techniques can be broadly categorized into two. Can be categorized broadly into two. Number one, we have the traditional methods or techniques, and modern techniques or methods. These traditional methods can also be referred to as non-discounting methods or techniques. And the modern ones can be also, you can also refer to them as discounting methods or discounting methods or techniques. So there are two broad categories of capital budgeting techniques, two broad categories, and there you have it: modern or traditional. Traditional, also known as non-discounting methods or techniques or tools. Modern, also known as discounting methods or tools. Now, under the non-discounting methods, we will consider two methods. We look at two methods, and that is, number one, the payback period method. Payback period method, and the accounting rate of return. Method. So there are two methods we will discuss under the non-discounting methods. That is the payback period, also known as or abbreviated as PBP, payback period, and the accounting rate of return, abbreviated as ARR, accounting rate of return. So there are two methods that we will discuss. Then under modern methods, we will consider several methods here. Number one being the net. We have the net present value method. The other one is the profitability index method. Then lastly, the internal rate of return. Internal rate of return. Internal rate of return. So we have the first one, net present value. Number 2, profitability index. Number 3, internal rate of return. Internal rate of return. So these are the methods that we'll discuss, and the net present value can be abbreviated as the NPV, profitability index as the PI, and the accounting internal rate of return abbreviation is IRR. IRR. So these are the methods that we will discuss in this class. That is number 1, payback period. Number 2, accounting rate of return. Number 3, net present value. Number 4, profitability index. Number 5, internal rate of return. And the abbreviations are PBP, ARR, NPV, PI, IRR, IRR. So these are the techniques that we'll be using. We have they are called capital budgeting techniques or tools or methods. Okay, appraisal. We use them in appraising projects. And before this I had just said there are certain features that are important that should be considered before deciding which criteria, which technique to employ in evaluation of capital investment projects. Capital investment projects. So we start with the non-discounting methods. Non-discounting methods. These are the PBP, and the ARR. PBP and the ARR. So we'll start with the payback period, and we are saying these are non-discounting methods. Non-discounting methods. Non-discounting techniques. Non-discounting techniques. Non-discounting techniques. The first one is 1 or A, pay back period. Pay back period. And here, just to make it clear, we are talking about non-discounting techniques. Non-discounting. These are techniques where the cash flows are not discounted. Non-discounting. Cash flows are not discounted. What is discounting? Discounting is the process of determining the present value of future cash flows. Future cash flows, you discount, you get the present values. You convert future values into present terms. So the payback, under payback period, for example, or under these techniques, the cash flows are not discounted. So we start by discussing the payback period. Payback period, and the name suggests, you can even guess, payback period. So how do you evaluate projects? This is the question we want now to answer. How do you evaluate projects using the payback period? Using the payback period. How do you evaluate projects using the payback period? This method gauges the viability of a venture by taking the inflows and outflows over time to ascertain how soon a venture can pay back. How soon a venture can pay back. And for this reason, the payback period or the payout period or the payoff is that period of time or duration it will take an investment venture to generate sufficient cash flows to pay back the cost of such investment. This is a popular approach among the traditional financial managers because it helps them ascertain the time it will take to recoup in form of cash from operations of the original cost of the venture. All right? This technique helps us determine the number of years, the number of months it will take for a venture or for a project to pay back, to pay off the original investment. If you have invested in a long-term project, now under payback period, we are looking at the time that will elapse before the original amount is recouped. To recoup is simply to pay back the original, the initial capital, the initial investment. So payback period is determined in terms of the years period. We are talking about how many years, how many months will the initial investment be paid or recouped. All right, that is payback period. So this method, I've said, is usually an important preliminary screening stage of the viability of the venture, and it may yield clues to profitability, although in principle it will measure how fast a venture may pay back rather than how much a venture will generate in profits. And yet the main objectives of investment is not to recoup the original cost, but also to earn a profit for the owners or investors, So this method does not help us understand the profitability of a venture, but it helps us know on the outset how long a project can recoup the original investment. So we want to consider an illustration or computation of payback period. And in computation, we'll consider two scenarios. Number one, under uniform annual incremental cash flows, that is uniform annual incremental cash flows, uniform annual incremental cash flows. This is where annual incremental cash flows are uniform, are the same. For example, if you're expecting cash flows for a project of, say, 10,000, every year you expect cash inflows, 10,000, 10,000 year 3, 10,000 year 4, 10,000 year 5, 10,000. That is what we are referring to as uniform incremental cash flows. How do you determine the payback of a project that is going to generate equal incremental cash inflows? So that is a question. So that is one scenario that we are going to learn. We are going to learn how to determine the payback period where the annual incremental cash flows are the same. So if the venture of an asset generates uniform cash inflows, then the payback period will be determined. The payback period will be determined as follows. The payback period in such a case will be equal to the initial capital investment over the annual cash flows. Annual cash flow. You simply take what you invested, then divide by the annual cash flow. All right? That is how to determine the payback period of a uniform annual incremental cash flow. So, example, a venture costs 37,910,000 shillings and promises return of 10 million shillings per annum indefinitely. Required, determine the payback period for this venture. The payback period for this venture. For in that illustration, the payback period will be equal to the initial investment, and in this case, the initial investment is 37,910,000. We divide that by the annual cash flows. From the question, we are told that the annual cash flows will be 10 million per annum indefinitely. 10 million per annum indefinitely. So we divide that by this, then without even looking at the calculator, this will be equal to 3.79 years. 3.79 years. It will take 3.79 years to recoup the original or the initial capital investment. The initial capital investment. So that's very simple. You simply divide the initial capital investment by the annual cash flows to arrive at the period. So this means that this is the interpretation. The organization will wait for 3.79 years before the 37,910,000 is recouped or paid back. So the payback period is 3.79 years. So that is one scenario, and that is where the initial annual incremental cash flows is similar or equal or uniform. Then number 2, the second scenario is under non-uniform cash inflows. This is scenario 2. The second scenario, and it's non-uniform cash inflows. Non-uniform cash inflows. Now this is where the inflows are not uniform. For example, in our first question, the cash inflows were uniform at 10 million after the end of every year. The company was expecting to raise 10 million at the end of every year. Under the non-uniform cash flows here, the cash flows are not uniform. The first year may be 10 million, the second year may be 2 million, the third year there may be no cash inflows, and so on and so forth. So under non-uniformity, the payback period computation will be accumulation, or it will be cumulative form, and this means that the net cash inflows are accumulated each year until initial investment is recovered. Example, a project has the following cash flows. We have the table. one column for the year, another column for cash flows, and the cash flows are in thousands. At 0, and that is the initial capital, we can see is 1.9 million. At the end of year 1, 300,000 will be raised. At the end of year 2, 500,000. At the end of year 3, 600,000. At the end of year 4, 800,000. At the end of year 5, 500,000. Required, calculate the payback period for the project. So we need to calculate the payback period for the project, and as I've just mentioned, I hope you have the question papers. I will keep on reminding you, before you attend these lessons, make sure you download the question papers. Me, I have my questions, all my question papers here. So make sure you have copies of these question papers. Class illustration. So this is an illustration, and you want to determine the payback period for the project. And from the question, year 1, as you can read from the question, year 1, we have column for years, then column for cash flows in thousands, in thousands, in thousands, in thousands. So year 1, there is 300,000. Year 2, 500,000. Year 3, at the end of year 3, 600,000. At the end of year 4, 800,000. That is year 4. Then lastly, at the end of year 5, this project will generate cash flows amounting to 500,000. So that is the question. That is the question. So, and we are required to determine the payback period. Payback period. And we have seen, when you are computing payback period for non-uniform cash inflows, and you can see these cash flows are not uniform. They are different. Year 1 is different from year 5, is different from year 6, different from year 8 and year 5. So here we said you need to do what we call cumulation. Cumulative cash flows. Cumulative cash flows. So at the end of year 1, we'll have 300,000. At the end of year 2, we cumulate. We'll have the 300,000. The company will have recovered at the end of year 1, 300,000. At the end of year 2, the company will have recovered 500,000. So 300,000 plus 500,000 is equal to 800,000 cumulative. That is at the end of year 2. At the end of year 3, we will have the 800,000 plus 600,000, which is equal to 1.4 million. That is 800 plus 600. And remember, we are supposed to recoup, we are expected to recoup the initial investment in this question is the initial investment from the question again is 1.9 million. You're supposed to recoup 1.9 million. So you see, by the end of year 3, the project has generated 1.4 million. We have not yet recovered the 1.9 because 1.9 is still on the higher side. So we add this at the end of year 4. You can see at the end of year 4, we are talking about 1.4 million plus 800 plus 800, which is equal to 2.2 million. 2.2 million. So as you can see, at the end of year 4, the project has cumulative cash flows inflows of 2.2 million. 2.2 million. So that means that the payback period lies between year 3 and year 4. Between year 3 and year 4. So that by the end of year 4, you see we have excess. So what is the payback period? So in this case, payback period is equal to 3 years plus 3 years plus, because at the end of 3 years, the project has generated 1.4 million. That means that 1.9 minus 1.4 is equal to 500. So by the end of year 3, that is 31st December of year 3, the company will have generated 1.4 million, and the balance will be 1.9 million minus 1.4 million, which is 500,000. That is 1.9 million minus, which is the initial capital, minus what will have been raised at the end of year 3. When you deduct, you have a balance of 500,000. This 500,000 portion, because in 1 year, in other words, by doing this, in other words, you are saying here, one year, that is year 4, okay? Or you can put it the other way, just to help you understand the concept here. To help you understand the concept, you can say 800,000 of year 3, that is 1 year, okay, 800 represents 1 year. Therefore, 500 will be how many months or how many years? 500,000 will be equal to 500 over 800 times 1. That is the mathematics. This 800 is for the whole year. But we only need a portion of it, a portion of the 500, which will be determined by getting a proportion, divide 500 by 800. That is what should be done, so that we have 3 plus 500, 3 plus 500, this is 500, divide 800. So this will be equal to 3.6 years. 3.6 years, okay? 3.6 years. So the payback period will be equal to 3.6 years. That is 3.6 lies between year 3 and 4, between year 3 and 4. So that is how to determine the payback period of non-uniform cash inflows. Non-uniform cash inflows. So the 1.9 cost is recovered between year 3 and year 4. Between year 3 and year 4. So what we have done is simply to learn how to compute. This is how you compute. This is computation. But after computing, then we need to learn how do you use this method to make decision. Because remember, we are talking about capital budgeting decision. We are not just learning how to do mathematics. These are tools, these are techniques which are supposed to be applied. Now, as a finance manager, I need to teach you how you can use the budgeting techniques to make decisions. So we will now move to that segment of what we call the decision criteria, or simply the acceptance rule of payback period. Acceptance rule of payback period, or simply the decision criteria. What is the decision criteria? What criteria do you follow in making decisions using the payback period? That is the question now we need to answer. We need to consider. How do you use payback period to make decision in capital budgeting? How is this technique applied? What we have done is to learn how to compute. Now, having learned how to compute, then how do you apply the rule, the decision criteria, the acceptance rule of payback period? So using payback period, a company will accept all those ventures whose payback period is less than that set by the management, and will reject all those ventures whose payback period is more than that set by the management. So that is one criteria. Companies have their own policies regarding how the company is managed. A company may have a policy where they have decided that when investing in capital projects, the project that should be undertaken should be the one that meets the period that has been set, the payback period that has been set. For example, a company may have Company A. Company A may have a period that is preset or set in advance, say 4 months payback period. For any project that is undertaken, then the payback period should be, say, 4 years. 4 years. 4 years. So if that period is 4 years, then the project that is to be accepted based on this rule should be the one that is less than the 4 years. And we can even use this example here. This example that we calculated. Okay? Company A has set a payback period of 4 years. And it has invested or initiated this project. This project is being evaluated, pending to be initiated. This project, say, is under evaluation. So you are evaluating whether this project should be undertaken or not using payback period. The payback period based on the cash flows, you can see, is 3.6 years. The company has set a standard of 4 years. So the question now is, should this project be undertaken or not? Because remember, here we are evaluating. This project has not been undertaken. We are carrying out evaluation. And we have data, we have information, we have estimated that these are the cash flows expected from the project. So, based on that information and the payback period, then you can see clearly that that project should be undertaken. Why? Because the payback period is 3.6 years, meaning after 3.6 years, the project will have repaid, okay, the initial outlay of 1.9 million will have been recouped or recovered, okay, will have been recovered after 3.6 years. That means that that period is lower than the one set by the company. That project pays faster. That project will repay itself faster, okay? So that's how you do it. Company where they have a period, then that's how you determine it. That is one scenario, okay? Then, alternatively, payback period may be gauged against the term of the loan, in which case the payback method will give a high ranking to all those ventures which pay before the term of the loan, and the highest ranking will be given to those projects with the shortest payback period. Shortest payback period. And to explain that, this is a scenario where the company is financing the projects. It's expected to finance the projects by borrowing. The money to fund this project is through borrowing. And if it's borrowing, then there is a term, okay? There is a term limit to the amount that is borrowed. So where, for instance, a company has borrowed a loan which is expected to be repaid in a period of, say, 5 years. 5 years, that is the term limit when the loan is expected to be repaid. When evaluating projects, and you have, say, project A, project B, and project C, whose payback periods are as follows. Payback period are as follows. Project A, payback period 7 years. Project B's payback period, I'm giving an example, 4 years. And Project C, payback period 3 years. Okay? So in this scenario, you have borrowed money you are expecting this money you've borrowed to fund or finance the project. The projects. So you have 3 projects you are evaluating, and you have the payback period for the three projects. Project A, 7 years. Project B, 4 years. Project 3 or C, 3 years. This project's payback period is 7 years. The second project, 4 years. The third project, 3 years. The loan that you have borrowed is expected to be repaid in 5 years. So, which project should be undertaken based on the payback period? That is the question. Which project should be undertaken? What is the criteria that you are going to use? And you just say that where you are using borrowed funds, for example, the loan, okay, the payback period method will give a high ranking to all those ventures paying back before the term of the loan, and the highest ranking will be given to those projects with the shortest payback period. So in this case, the project that you need that should be undertaken should be project C. Project C to be undertaken because it has the lowest payback period. because on the face value, project 7, you should not even consider it. You should not even consider project 7 because the payback period is way beyond the 5 years. Okay, because this is the benchmark. The only project that should be considered is project 4 and 3. Why? Because the payback period is lower than the term limit, long term. So the criteria here is you select the project with the shortest payback period. By the end of the 3rd year, the project will have repaid the loan. That is the logic. By the end of 3 years, the project C will have cash flows enough to pay back the loan. So that is the criteria here in the event or where loan is used to finance a project. However, in assessing the viability of a venture, it is also important to see which venture brings returns earlier, other things being constant. So those are 2 scenarios I've given under payback period. So with that, we come to the end of our class today. We will stop there for now, and I'll give you an assignment. You can read from our books. You find we have detailed the advantages and disadvantages of the payback period, which is a non-discounting technique used in capital budgeting. So next time we will discuss the accounting rate of return, which is the second technique in capital budgeting under the traditional methods. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you've learned something today. Hello learners, welcome to the Manifested e-learning program. We continue with our topic on risk and return. In our last lesson, we saw how expected return on investment can be obtained. Today we want to proceed from where we stopped, and we'll be seeing how to measure risk. So the topic is Introduction to Risk and Return. Risk and return. We looked at an example last time that helped us to understand how to estimate expected return. The expected return, and we say that for you to estimate the return, to estimate expected return, then you need to come up with possible returns together with the respective probability of outcome of that return. So we had an illustration where we estimated the possibility, or possible, it's supposed to be possible, return R. We also had the probability PI, and the expected return, which we saw was equal to the summation. We said it is an expected return is a weighted average, pitting the possible returns. We multiply the possible returns by the probability of the return. So in the illustration, we had one possible return of 25%. Possibility was 0.1. Next was 30%, possibility of 0.2. Then the other one was 40%, possibility of 0.3. This was 0.25. Then possible return at 50% with the probability of 0.25. Then lastly, 60% possible outcome, I mean with a probability of 0.1. Then we multiplied the possible return by probability of the first return. Then we summed, came up with a total here, 40.5%. That is the expected return. And you can see these returns, possible returns, are varying between 25% and 60%. They are varying between at the least 25%, then at most 60%. That is the variation with different probabilities. But I should also mention that we can get different variations giving us the same. It's very possible to have different variations with probability of 0.5 or 50%, and another possible return of say 41% with probability of 0.5%. If you are to compute the expected return using these two variations, you find that the expected return will be equal to, the expected return here will be equal to, if you have the possible return here, possible return, probability, the probability, and the expected return there. You see the first possible return is 40% at 0.5 possibility, then 41% at 0.5. If you are to get the expected return, we will have 40% times 0.5, which is equal to 20%. Then next, 41 times 0.5, this is 20.5%. The expected return here is 40.5. 40.5. You can see with different variations, we are arriving at the same expected return. But the difference here is that there is a higher variation in the first set of data than the second set of data, meaning that the second said shows lesser variations in the possible returns. Okay, here the security is showing lesser variation. Lesser variation, you have two variations. Though we are arriving at the same expected return, here the variations are fewer compared to the first scenario, compared to one, in order to have a proper description of the investment, proper description of the investment, so that the investment can be described clearly for one to make a decision as to whether to invest or not to invest. So other than measuring the expected return, the risk associated with that expected return has to be determined, because I'm repeating, you can see in the first scenario where we had possible returns ranging from 25 to 60, 25%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, there is many variations. The expected return is at 40.5%. Where there are only two variations, you can see the expected return is still the same. That means that, as I've just said, apart from the expected return, the risk or associated with the expected return has to be measured. And the risk on investment is measured by a statistical measure. Statistical measure known as standard deviation. And you learned how to calculate standard deviation. Now, for the purposes of refreshing our minds, before we proceed, we want to see how to calculate standard deviation of data. And we are going to use data of weight of 10 students. Weight of 10 students, assuming we have 10 students, one of them measuring weight of 35 kilograms, 30 kilograms. Then you can even have another set of students measuring, the first measuring, say, 56 kilograms, 20 kilograms, 25 kilograms, 55 kilograms, 57, 54 kilograms, 24 kilograms, 50 kilograms, 53, and 26. So, how do you determine the standard deviation for this set of students and the other set of students? First, we determine the arithmetic mean. Arithmetic mean of A will be equal to 45 plus 44 plus 40 plus 45 plus 50 plus 35 plus 30 plus 42 plus 43 plus 46 plus 46 divided by 10. Divide that by 10. That will give us the arithmetic mean. So we can add 45 plus 44 plus 40, 45 plus 44 plus 40 plus 45 plus 50 plus 35 plus 30 plus 42 plus 43 plus 46 divided by 10. The mean here is 42 kilograms. Arithmetic mean for the second class, this is class B, we add 56 plus 20 plus 25 plus 55 plus 57 plus 54 plus 24 plus 50 plus 53 plus 26 divided by 10. The mean is the same, 42 kilograms. 42 kilograms. So the two sets of students we have seen, their mean is the same. The mean here is 42 kilograms, 42 kilograms. So this is the mean, arithmetic mean. And the students, it's not giving us a proper picture. So we need to apply another statistical measure, which we are calling standard deviation, which is a measure of dispersion, measure of dispersion. So the arithmetic mean alone, I've said, does not give a true picture. Another measurement called standard deviation has to be used to get an idea of the difference between the individual scores, the difference between the individual scores. Even by way of observation, you can see that under class B, there is a high variation compared to class A, variation between the different weights. Here we have 56, 20, 25, 50, 57, 54, 24. The variation between 54 and 24. The variations are high among the students compared to the first class where we have 44, 45, 40, 45, 50. So we need to calculate the standard deviation for the two sets of data for us to be able to know the level of variation or to understand the data for the purposes of analysis. And even before we proceed to calculate the standard deviation, we can as well remind ourselves of what we learned in school, that is the mean deviation. Mean deviation is also a measure of dispersion, and you can use this data to determine the mean deviation for class A and class B. So we'll have here a column for individual weight. We can call that X. Then you can have the mean, which you have determined to be 42 X bar. Then you can have the deviation, mean, the deviation or the variance, which is X minus X bar. We'll also have here the absolute values. We take the absolute values. After deviation, we will ignore the sign. Ignore the sign, the negative sign. So starting with the class A, the values X we had here 45, 44, 40, 45, 50, 35, 30, 42, 43, and 46. So can complete. So these are the individual weights. These are weights X. The mean is 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42. So we can determine the deviation. The deviation, this is deviation, mean this is the deviation. The first student deviates from the mean by value of 45 minus 42, this is 3. 44 minus 42, 2. 40 minus 42 is negative 2. 45 minus 42, 3. 50 minus 42, 8. 35 minus 42 is negative 7. 30 minus 42, negative 12. 42 minus 42 is 0. 43 minus 42 is 1. 46 minus 42, this is 4. Taking the absolute values, we ignore the negative signs here. 3, 2, 2, 3, 8, 7, 12, 0, 1, 1. So those are the absolute values for class A. It's class A. Moving on to class B, can have demarcation there. Class B, we start with the individual weights. Individual weight x, the arithmetic mean x bar, the deviation x minus x bar, and the absolute values. So the first one here is 56, 20, 25, 55, 57, 54, 24, 50, 53, and lastly 26. The mean remains 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42. Deviation 56 minus 42, this is equal to 14. 20 minus 42, this is equal to negative 22. 25 minus 42, this gives me 17, negative 17. 55 minus 42, this is equal to 13. 57 minus 42, this is equal to 15. Then 54 minus 42, this will be equal to 12. 24 minus 42, this is equal to 18, minus 18. 50 minus 42 is 12. 53 minus 42, this is equal to 11. Then lastly 26 minus 42, this would give me 16, negative 16. negative 16. We now proceed to add the absolute values. We take 3 plus 2 plus 2, 3 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3, plus 3 plus 8 plus 7 plus 12 plus 0 plus 1 plus this variation is supposed to be, this is supposed to be 4, with 4 and not 1, plus 4, this is equal to 42. 42 summation 42, the sum of the deviations, absolute values 42. We move on to the second class. We take the absolute values 14, 22, 17, 13, 15, 12, 18, 12 again, then 53 minus 42, 11, 24 minus 42, 18, 50 minus 42, supposed to be 8, this is 8, 8, then 11 and 16 absolute values. So we can add the absolute values under class B. 14 add 22 add 17 add 13 add 15 add 12 add 18 add 8 add 11 add 16. The total there is 146 under class B. So these are the absolute values. Having determined the absolute values, that is after ignoring the signs under the deviations, we can now go ahead and determine the mean deviation, the mean deviation of this data, mean deviation the mean deviation for A, and A and B. Now the mean deviation here would be equal to, remember this is 42, that is 42. The mean deviation would be equal to the deviation, the absolute value of deviation, we divide by the frequency. So the absolute values would be 42 for class A divided by 10. Then the other one is 146. 146 divided by 10. This would give you 4.2. This would give you 14.6. 14.6. That is the mean deviation. The mean deviation for data A. That is the mean deviation for class A and class B. Class A and class B. And just to remind ourselves further, when mean deviation is divided by the arithmetic mean, when you divide the mean deviation, when the mean deviation is divided by the arithmetic mean, we get the coefficient of mean deviation. Coefficient of mean deviation, I'm saying here, is equal to the arithmetic mean, and we divide the mean deviation by the arithmetic mean. The mean deviation by the arithmetic mean, we get the coefficient of mean deviation. So for A, the coefficient of mean deviation will be equal to the mean deviation of 4.2 divided by the arithmetic mean of 42, and for B, the coefficient of mean deviation will be equal to the mean deviation of 14.6 divided by the mean of 42. This will give us 4.2 divided by 42. This is equal to 0.1. Then we have 14.6 divided by 42. This will be equal to 0.347. 0.347. So a higher value of coefficient of mean deviation indicates that the individual weights are widely dispersed away from the mean, from the arithmetic mean. The higher, this one is higher. If you are comparing these two, then it means that the individual weights are widely spaced away from the arithmetic mean, and I just showed you the other time that if you are to observe the data without calculating, you should be able to tell that these values are widely dispersed amongst themselves as compared to this data. But the calculation reveals it here, because you see class B has a higher coefficient of mean deviation. So a coefficient of mean deviation can be used as a relative measure of dispersion. This one can be used as a relative measure of dispersion. Relative measure of dispersion. That again was to remind us. Now we want to calculate standard deviation. The standard deviation, and the standard deviation is another measure of dispersion, just like the mean deviation. And unlike the mean deviation, where the algebraic signs are ignored, we ignored these algebraic signs and assigned the deviations the obsolete values. That's what you do when determining the mean deviation. But as for the standard deviation, other than ignoring the algebraic signs, the deviations are squared. You square the deviations, like in class A. In class A, you would square, we need to square the deviations. These are the deviations. So these deviations, when calculating the standard deviation, these would be squared. So you simply square the deviations. You take x minus x bar square. So that here we'll have 3 squared is 9, 2 squared is 2, negative 2 squared, this is 4, negative 2 squared is 4, 3 squared 9, 8 squared 64, 7 squared 49, 12 squared 144, 0 squared 0, 1 squared 1, 4 squared 4. In like manner, class B, the deviations are to be squared. Square the deviation. So we have x minus x bar squared. So here we'll have again the deviations need to be squared here. The deviation need to be squared. The deviations should be squared so that we have 14 squared is 196, 22 squared 484. This is supposed to be 22 squared. 22 squared 484, 17 squared 289, 13 squared 169, 15 squared 225, 12 squared 144, 18 squared 324, 8 squared 64, 11 squared 121, 16 squared 256. We square the deviations, and by so doing you do away with the algebraic signs, So that is an important stage in determining the standard deviation. So we can now, the second step, go ahead and get the summation of the squared deviations. So we add 9 plus 4 plus 4 plus 9 plus 64 plus 49 plus 144 plus 1 plus, this should be 16, plus 16, 4 squared is 16, plus 16, which is equal to 300. 300 is the sum of the squared deviation for class A. For class B, we add the 196 plus 484 plus 289 plus 169 plus 225 plus 144 plus 324 plus 64 plus 121 plus 256. Total here is 2272. 2272. 2272 is the sum of the squared deviations. Then, before we determine the standard deviation, we can first of all calculate the variance. Variance will be equal to the mean of the summation of the squared deviation. So it will be the mean. So we take the summation of x minus x bar. Okay, remember this is square deviation. We square this, then we divide by the n or f. That will give us the variance. So these will be equal to, for class A, the variance is 300 divided by 10, 300 divided by 10, which is equal to 30. This is class A. For class B, it will be equal to the 2272 divided by 10, 2272 divided by 10, which is equal to 22.72. This is the variance for class B, and 30 the variance for class A. So we can now proceed and determine the standard deviation. Standard deviation. The standard deviation is derived at by getting the square root of the variance. The square root of the variance, which is the summation of x minus x bar divided by n, So we can now divide. We can now get the square root. The square root of the square root of the mean of square deviations. The square root of the mean of the squared deviations. The mean of the squared deviation, which is equal to the variance. The square root of the mean squared deviation. So for A, standard deviation for class A will be equal to the square root of 30 standard deviation. Class B will be the square root of 20. This is 227.2, and this would be equal to square root of 30. The square root of 30 is equal to 5.7. 5.47. Then the square root of 227.2, 15.07. That's the standard deviation. Standard deviation of A and standard deviation of class B. The standard deviation class A is 5.47, B is 15.07. What does that mean? What is the interpretation? Now, a higher standard deviation here, in this case of class B, means that the individual weights of class B are highly dispersed. Remember, we are calculating measures of dispersion. It means that this one is highly dispersed as compared to class A. Now, when you divide the standard deviation with the mean. When you divide the standard deviation with the mean, you get what we call coefficient of standard deviation. Coefficient of standard deviation is equal to standard deviation divided by the mean. Standard deviation divided by mean. So in this case, the coefficient of standard deviation for class A would be equal to the standard deviation over the mean. The standard deviation here is 5.47 divided with a mean of 12. Then the coefficient of standard deviation for class B will be equal to 15.07 divided by 42. It's not 12 but 42. The mean is 42. Taking the calculator, 5.47 divided by 42. This is equal to 0.13. Class B, 15.07 divided by 42. This will be equal to 0.36. 0.36 is the coefficient of standard deviation for class B. Now, this coefficient of standard deviation, is used as a relative measure of dispersion. And B, the coefficient of standard deviation is used as a relative measure of dispersion. This one here is used as a relative measure of dispersion for comparing similar data or series. And of the two measures of dispersion, that is the mean deviation and the standard deviation, the standard deviation is widely used as it is less affected by fluctuations in sampling. The standard deviation is preferable as compared to mean deviation because it's less affected by fluctuations in samples. So with that, we've come to the end of our class. In this class, we sought to remind ourselves of the measures of dispersion that were covered in our previous courses, so that it can lay a basis for us understanding the application of these measures, statistical measures, in investment analysis. Remember, we are discussing the concept of risk and return, the concept of risk and return. So this is very important. In our next lesson, we'll be continuing with the same topic, and we look at more illustrations to help us conceptualize, to help us understand, get the understanding of investment analysis, calculation of risk, the relative risk of a single asset or two asset portfolio, and so on. So thank you, and let's meet in our next lesson.
Thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to get yourself a copy of our professionally prepared study text and revision partners. Visit our shop along Tomboya Street, Pioneer House, 3rd floor, opposite fire station.
Hello class, welcome to lesson number 4 of topic number 5, share capital. So in this 4th lesson, I want to talk about the purchase of own shares, by a company. Then I will also talk about dividends, the dividend law in respect to companies. So let me begin on the first of those items where we are talking about by purchase of own shares, purchase of own shares by a company, purchase of own shares by a company, where we are asking ourselves the question, can a company purchase its own shares? Or could a company, by extension, finance the purchase of its own shares? Now, we notice that there is a direct prohibition against companies purchasing their own shares or financing the purchase of their own shares. At common law, this is the rule in Trevor versus Whitworth, where the direction of the court is that a company must not purchase its own shares. A company must not purchase its own shares. Now, this is consistent with the rules that relate to the company's maintenance of its own capital. That the company's capital is the creditor's fund of last resort, and as such should be maintained. And all those matters, all those transactions of the company that go towards threatening the company's share capital, transactions such as reduction of share capital, transactions such as the company's purchasing its own share capital, all these are extremely regulated transactions by law in a bid to ensure the company's share capital remains fixed and known, remains unreduced, that there are measures that have been taken to ensure that the company does not waste its own capital. Now, despite this direction that a company must not purchase its own shares, the Companies Act gives us some special exemptions under which a company may be purchasing its own shares. So these exceptions include exceptions to the rule, that is exceptions to the rule in Trevor versus Whitworth. These exceptions introduce us to circumstances where a company may purchase its own shares. Now, one of those circumstances is during a redemption of redeemable preference shares, during the redemption of redeemable preference shares. This is if allowed by the articles, and all rules relating to redemption of redeemable preference shares have been followed. Rules that we have discussed earlier, such as the shares being fully paid, the shares being redeemed either out of the proceeds of a new issue, or if no fresh issue has been issued by the company redeeming them out of reserves and creating the share redemption reserve fund. we could also have a company purchasing its own shares in case of a valid surrender, in case of a valid surrender of shares, in case of a valid surrender of shares by a member. This is a rare case, but very much possible, particularly where a shareholder holds partly paid shares, that the shares held by this member are partly paid. The fact that they are partly paid, they present a further obligation on that member to make payments for the balance, for the unpaid part of those shares. In the case this member is unable to make these further payments, in the event that this member is not able to discharge this liability, this obligation to pay for the balance outstanding on their shares, then they can surrender such shares to the company. This surrender, in a way, is to absolve them from that liability to pay for the outstanding amounts on their shares. The other possible circumstance under law where a company would be purchasing its own shares would be following or pursuant, following a court order for protection or for the purposes of protecting minority, for the purposes of protecting minorities. Where we have circumstances in the company, imagine circumstances such as a variation of class rights that is proposed and even voted accordingly, but we have some minorities who are contesting the variation of class rights on the basis that it is prejudicial to their own interests. We may have a court order directing that the interest of these shareholders, minorities actually, these protesting or these objecting minorities be absorbed by the company. In such an incident, the court could be directing the company to purchase the interest of these minorities, which the resulting transaction would be a company purchasing its own shares. So class, in these exceptional cases, they are presenting us to a scenario where we are going against the directions given by the rule in Trevor versus Whitworth, where the direction is a company must not purchase its own shares. However, we are saying in these exceptional circumstances, we can have a company purchasing its own shares. Now, by extension, we are also saying that a company must not finance or provide a guarantee, must not finance or provide a guarantee for the purchase, must not finance or provide a guarantee for the purchase of its shares, must not finance or provide a guarantee for the purchase of its own shares on the basis, on the same premise that we were not to purchase our own shares for purposes of capital maintenance requirements. However, we are also finding ourselves running into exceptions to this rule, that we have exceptional circumstances where a company may finance the acquisition of its own shares. Now, these exceptions include where providing finance or guarantee is part of the ordinary business of the company. So this could be a company in the financial sector where part of their business is the provision of financial assistance, that they're in the business of giving loans. So a loan has been obtained by a customer in the normal circumstances under which normal loans would be borrowed, where such customer also proceeds on to purchase the shares of this company with the proceeds advanced by the company. Then we have a situation, an exceptional circumstance, where a company has financed the purchase of its own shares. The other exceptional case would be where the company has a scheme, to advance, money or funds to trustees, to a trustee or trustees to acquire to acquire shares for the benefit of its employees, Now, this exception presents us with a situation where this company has set up a trust fund, or has set up a trust for the benefit of the members. And this trust, part of the things it does is investments for the purposes of the members. Remember, these investments could be through the purchase of shares, securities in companies. So we are saying funds have been advanced to the trustees by this company, where the trustees invest for the purposes of the members' welfare. These trustees could proceed on to use these funds in buying the shares of this company, advancing the funds. Now that presents us with an exceptional circumstance where the company is seen advancing funds, which funds are subsequently applied in the purchase of its own shares. Then finally, we have an exception where the company has a scheme. The company has a scheme to advance funds to employees. This is with an exception of directors, except directors to purchase shares in the company, for beneficial ownership. So company law recognizes that companies could have a scheme, an arrangement within the company that they advance funds, they advance money to the employees of the company, with an exception of directors. Directors are excluded from this fund. They are excluded from this scheme, this arrangement of advancing money to employees to purchase shares of the company for beneficial ownership. This scheme is to make the employees of the company feel part of the company, where they have been advanced money for the purposes of owning a stock in the company that they work for. So this is the idea of purchasing of own shares by the company, that it is generally prohibited in the interest of protecting the company's capital. However, we have seen ourselves running into exceptional circumstances where companies can directly purchase their own shares. We have also seen circumstances where companies are allowed by law to finance the purchase of their own shares. Let me now look at dividends. Dividends. We are describing a dividend to be a member's return. This is a member's return for their investment. A member's return for their investment in the company. A member's return for their investment in the company. It is also seen as a share of the company's profit, that is paid to the members. The share of the company's profit that is paid out to the members. Now, the Companies Act presents us with certain rules relating to the payment of dividends to members, relating to the sharing of profits or paying of this return to the members. Rules of paying dividend. Rules of paying dividend. Now, as part of this continuing story of maintaining the company's capital, one of the paramount rules relating to the payment of dividend is that dividends can only be paid out of profits. Dividend can only be paid out of profit. dividend can only be paid out of profit. That unless a company has realized a profit, then this company cannot pay dividend. And by the way, inherently, companies are not under obligation to pay a dividend. It is financial year end, we have made profits. The company is not under obligation to pay dividend to the members. But we are saying, should we be paying dividends? Dividends must always be paid out of profit. It is unlawful. It shall be wrong. It shall be against the law to pay dividends where the company is not making profits. It shall be seen as paying dividends out of capital. Now, what will be considered profits? The company has what we call the realized profit of the company. Now, from the company's realized profit, it may create some part of this realized profit as the profits available for distribution as dividend. Now, in arriving at the company's realized profit, it could be considering any gains. We talk about realized gains. Any realized gains from revaluations. Any realized gains from revaluations of assets can also be considered as the company's realized profits in this year, including the exclusion or the deduction of any realized losses from revaluation of assets that this company has done during this year can be excluded from the company's annual realized profit that year. So from the company's realized profit, the directors will designate part of the company's realized profit as profit available for payment of dividend. Profit available for payment of dividend. The other rule is that dividend is recommended. Dividend is recommended by the board. Dividend is recommended by the board of directors. Dividend is recommended by the board of directors. These are the persons charged with the day-to-day management of the company. So they are best placed to know how much this company can afford to pay as dividends. So it shall be their responsibility to recommend how much dividend is to be paid. Still relating to the payment, we are saying that dividend is approved. Dividend is approved by members. Dividend is approved by members at a general meeting. Dividend is approved by members at a general meeting. Now, this meeting could be the company's AGM, at which dividend is usually approved by the members. So the directors have recommended a dividend, then we have a meeting of members where that dividend is approved. Relating to the approval, we are noting another rule that the members cannot recommend. The members cannot, let me withdraw the word recommend and replace it with the word approve. The members cannot approve a dividend above the rate, cannot approve a dividend above the rate recommended, above the rate recommended by the board. Above the rate recommended by the board. So the board's recommendation on what dividend is payable shall be final. That in the GM's, the general meeting's approval, they cannot approve an amount beyond that which is recommended by the board. We are also noting that the company cannot pay dividend. The company cannot pay dividend if such payment will result to inability to meet its financial inability to meet its financial obligations. A company will not pay dividends to be unable to pay its salary to employees. A company will not pay dividends to be unable to pay rentals. A company will not be paying dividends to be unable to pay such expenses as are necessary for the running of this company. Now, once a dividend has been declared, something also happens that declared dividends, let's add the approval, declared and approved dividends, declared and approved dividend shall not bear interest against the company if there is a delay, if there is a delay in payment, that the board has recommended a certain rate of dividend which has subsequently been approved by the members at a general meeting. Now, the usual practice is that once the dividend has been declared and approved, within 42 days of such approval, the dividend should be payable. If there is any delay in payment of such dividend, the suffering members shall not claim interest against the company for delay in paying them the dividends due. The other rule still relating to payment of dividends is that the company may deduct any amounts. The company may deduct any amounts owed to it by a member from the dividend payable. That the company can deduct any amounts that they are claiming from a member from the total amount they are to pay them as dividend. For instance, imagine a case where we have borrowed some money from our company and we have been unable to pay them. We have not repaid such borrowed amounts of money. So this company has some claim against us. So this rule is empowering them to deduct such amounts that they are claiming from any dividend that is payable to us after the declaration of the dividend. Now, from these rules, we can start imagining a procedure that companies follow in the payment of dividend. What procedures do we follow when we are paying dividend as a company? We will begin from a board meeting being held to recommend a dividend. After a board meeting has been held to recommend a dividend, the company will prepare and update the company's register of members, because it is on the basis of the register that this dividend is payable. Then we shall proceed on to convene a meeting of members where this dividend payment is to be approved. So once the dividend has been approved, then we have a preparation and closure of the register of members so that we have no more additions to the register after the approval of the dividend. Then the company can proceed on now to prepare the dividend warrants, which are to be counter-checked against the company's register of members. Then checks can be prepared and sent to members in respect of the dividend payable to them. So class, that brings us to the end of our lesson number 4. If we can recap what we have looked at so far, we have looked at the purchase of own shares by a company, where expressly such purchase has been prohibited, including the financing of the purchase of the company's own shares. But we have also looked at exceptional circumstances where such purchase can be done and the financing for the purchase can also be done. We have also looked at dividend, what it is. We have looked at the rules relating to payment of dividend, and we have also made a mention of the procedure to be followed by companies when paying dividends. I now want to send you to the revision partner questions, just to show you some of the questions that we have had from this particular topic. We have a question here asking candidates to advise shareholders on the distinction between nominal capital and reserve capital. We have a question asking candidates to explain 5 ways in which a company might alter its share capital. We have also a question here asking candidates to discuss the actions and omissions that are considered to contribute to criminal behavior in relation to preparation and issuing of prospectuses. So there are many questions here that I would wish to refer you to help you in the revision of the content in this topic. Thank you.
Greetings and welcome back to the lesson. The subject is financial management. Today we are going to study a subtopic under the topic personal financial management, known as personal risk management. Personal risk management. In this lesson, by the end of the lesson, you should be able to define personal risk management, be able to identify some of the key aspects of personal risk management and the benefits of personal risk management. First of all, let's define personal risk management. Now, candidates, personal risk management is a process of identifying, assessing, and prioritizing potential risks that individuals may face in their personal lives. It is a process of identifying. You identify the potential risks, you assess the potential risks, and prioritize the potential risks that an individual may face in their personal lives. After having done that, then one has to take measures to mitigate those risks. And this process involves a systematic approach to understanding and addressing the uncertainties and the potential negative events that could impact an individual's well-being, that may also affect an individual's financial stability, health, and the overall quality of life. Candidates, as individuals, as human beings, we go through various events that can threaten our financial stability, that can threaten our very survival, that can threaten or endanger the quality of the life that we live. So it's important as an individual to carry out what we call personal risk management. Just the same way companies carry out risk management, as an individual, one has to systematically assess, identify, and prioritize potential risks that can affect one's overall quality of life. And candidates' personal risk management is essentially the art of proactively minimizing the potential impact of unseen events in one's life. It's about taking control. It's about preparing for the uncertainties that may come your way, so that one does not just live as though uncertainties can come your way. Chances that one can be sick are there. There is also probability that one may lose a job. It's possible that one can undergo different situations that can negatively impact the quality of life of a person. It is possible that the person you are depending on can die. It's possible that one can lose a job. It's possible that one can have disability. One can be sick. One can be engaged in an accident. It's a probability that your property can be damaged, your house can be broken down, your house can be destroyed completely. So these are some of the potential risks you are talking about. And as an individual, it's important to assess, to identify such risks and put in place measures to mitigate against such risks. So personal risk management involves identifying such risks and recognizing all the potential threats to your well-being, to your finances, to your health and lifestyle. Think of illness, think of disability, think of unemployment, think of accidents, think of property damages, and so on. So that is identifying risks. So you first of all identify. These are key aspects. Key aspects. Risk identification. I've given examples of such risks. Then to measure. Measuring the risks. Measure risks. All right? You assess the likelihood and the potential of each risk, which will help you now prioritize your focus. Measuring the risks. Then treating risks. This may involve, again, treating the risks. This means putting in place mitigation measures. You choose strategies to mitigate the negative impact of the identified risks. And some common methods or strategies could be avoiding the risk. By avoiding, I mean minimize exposure to certain activities or situations that can give rise to occurrence of the risk. Another strategy is to reducing the risk. That means lowering the potential impact, perhaps through safety measures or lifestyle changes. If, for example, you are a heavy smoker, you can stop smoking, because we know heavy smoking can endanger one's health. So you can reduce the potential impact of smoking on your life. Or you could be engaged in jobs that are too risky. There are certain jobs that can endanger one's life, so you can minimize your exposure to such environments. Another way could be transferring the risk. You can share that risk with other parties, like insurance companies, through financial products and so on. Transfer the risk. Yet another strategy or method is retaining the risk. That means accepting the risk and its potential consequences. And that may be necessary because there are certain things that are unavoidable. Or if they are not unavoidable, then the cost of mitigation could be too high. So those are areas, ways in which risks can be treated or mitigated. Avoiding, reducing, transferring, retaining. There are times when one may just accept the risk, one may accept the potential consequences because of unavoidable situations or circumstances. So because the cost of mitigation could be too high. And it's important, candidates, to remember that personal risk management is not about eliminating all risks, but rather preparing for the risk in a way that minimizes their impact and allows you to navigate life's challenges with confidence. The goal here is not to eliminate risks. It's not possible to mitigate against all risks. But the idea is preparing for them. Personal risk management helps an individual to prepare the risk, because remember, we have said the first thing you do is to identify the risks, then you assess the risk, you prioritize the risk, then you put in place measures to reduce the impact of the risk on your life. Personal risk management. Let's now discuss the benefits. Benefits. What are the benefits? Benefits of personal risk management. Benefits of personal risk management. And candidates implementing personal risk management offer several significant benefits that can contribute to overall financial stability and peace of mind. The first benefit is financial security. Financial security. Personal risk management can guarantee financial security through protection against losses. You can say protection against losses. Protection against losses or against loss. Personal risk management helps safeguard against unexpected events like accidents, illness, or natural disasters that could otherwise lead to significant financial loss. Through personal risk management, one can insure assets like houses, all right? So that in the event of a loss or burglary, then the individual is indemnified. So when that happens, then you can see an individual's assets are protected through personal risk management. It can also lead to reduced financial impact. Reduced financial impact. You reduce the financial impact of these losses or risks by having appropriate insurance coverage, by having emergency funds in place. Individuals can minimize the financial impact of unseen circumstances such as medical bills, such as property damage, or even loss of income. Retirement planning. Retirement planning. Effective risk management ensures that long-term financial goals like retirement planning are not jeopardized due to unexpected events or due to insufficient funds or savings. Estate preservation is yet another benefit of PRFM. Estate preservation. Through risk management strategies such as estate planning and proper insurance coverage, individuals can protect their assets and also ensure that their assets are passed on to beneficiaries according to their wishes or according to their will. Estate preservation. Another obvious benefit of PRFM is reduced stress, reduced stress. Having contingencies in place alleviates stress that is associated with potential financial loss or crisis, and it provides a sense of security and allows individuals to focus on other aspects of life without constant worry about financial risks. When you have, for instance, an emergency fund in place, if you have an emergency fund, the way we discussed in our last lesson, that is advisable that one has an emergency fund that is adequate to cover an individual's expenses up to a period of 6 months or 4 months. When you know that you have a fund that can pay for your expenses, even if you lost your job today for a period of 1 year or 2 years or 6 months, then your stress is reduced. But if you are in, say, salaried employment and you have zero savings, the fear of losing a job can lead to stress that may be associated with loss of employment. So PRFM reduces individuals' stress. Having contingencies in place, like an emergency fund, having savings, alleviates the stress that is associated with financial crisis. You understand? 5, 6, informed choices. Informed choices. Understanding the potential risks. Understanding potential risks, candidates, because we said the first thing is to identify the risks. So when an individual understands his or her potential risks, that allows for informed decision making. Why? Because it enables these individuals to choose appropriate insurance coverage, appropriate investment strategies, and appropriate financial plans tailored to their specific circumstances. Informed choices. Number 7, emergency readiness. With emergency funds and suitable insurance coverage, individuals are better equipped to handle unexpected situations without resorting to high interest loans or without tapping into retirement savings. Because emergencies in life are inevitable, they are unavoidable. And through personal risk management, individuals can put in place emergency funds, can have insurance coverage, and with that, individuals are better equipped to handle unexpected situations, courtesy of personal risk management. Another point, EFGH, is adaptability to life challenges. Adaptability to life challenges. Risk management, candidates, ensures readiness for life changes. Because here we said that one key aspect of personal risk management is risk identification. You identify the potential risks, your potential risks. You measure the potential risks. Then put in place strategies to address these risks. So through personal risk management, individuals can adapt to changes in life, like marriage, Another change could be having children, career shifts, and so on. So, personal risk management ensures individuals are ready for life changes and thereby reducing the financial impact of such transitions. When one gets married, that is a shift in life. It's a change in life, and it comes at a certain cost. But if an individual had anticipated that during this year I'll get married, the individual may put in place measures to ensure that that transition is done with reduced financial impact. Adaptability to life challenges or changes. Let me say changes, are not challenges, but just changes. HI. Another benefit of PRM, personal risk management, is mitigated losses. Mitigated losses. Adequate risk management helps prevent or minimize financial losses, potentially saving significant amounts of money in the long run. Mitigated losses. Another point is optimize insurance costs. Optimize insurance costs. How is this a benefit? It's a benefit because understanding one's risks allows for tailored insurance coverage, avoiding overinsurance or underinsurance, which could lead to unnecessary expenses or adequate protection. Financial stability is yet another benefit associated with personal risk management. Financial stability. By mitigating risk, individuals can maintain a stable financial foundation, which positively impacts overall well-being, reducing anxiety, and promoting healthier lifestyle. When one is financially stable as a result of personal risk management, then one does not have anxiety. Okay, one does not have anxiety. One is at peace, and the overall quality of such an individual is improved. One has a healthier lifestyle. All right. So this is IJK, financial stability. Then lastly, we can mention legacy protection. This is yet another benefit associated with personal risk management. Legacy protection. Proper risk management ensures that an individual's legacy and an individual's financial resources are preserved and can be passed on, or they can be passed down to future generations according to their intentions, or according to their will, or according to their wish. So these are the benefits associated with personal risk management. Now, candidates, in essence, personal risk management empowers individuals to proactively protect themselves and their families against unforeseen financial challenges, fostering greater financial stability and a more secure future. So that marks the end of the lesson, where we've discussed personal risk management. We've identified the key aspects. We've defined personal risk management. Then we have outlined benefits of personal risk management. One is protection against losses. Number two, reduced financial impact. Number three, retirement planning. Number four, estate preservation. Number five, reduced stress. Number six, informed decisions. Number seven, emergency readiness. Number eight, adaptability to life changes. Numbers 9, mitigated losses. Number 10, optimize insurance costs. Number 11, it leads to financial stability. And lastly, it secures a legacy, protects the legacy of an individual. I'll give you a today's assignment. I have 3 questions for you here. Number 1, what are the key types of risks individuals face in their personal lives, and how can risk management strategies such as insurance help mitigate the potential financial impact of these risks? Number 2, how does an individual's age, health status, and family situation influence the choice and amount of insurance coverage needed for effective risk management? Then lastly, number 3, in what ways can individuals strike a balance between risk-taking for potential financial gains and the need to protect themselves against unforeseen events through risk management tools? These are 3 questions. Thank you for attending the lessons. Bye-bye. Hi Rana, welcome to another session of Manifested Online Classes. My name is Joseph Kemani, your lecturer for Financial Reporting and Analysis. So in this session, I want us to look on an illustration question regarding accounting for the conversion of a partnership into a limited company. And I want us, first of all, we go through that particular question and we see what was required. So the question reads, Chada, Pete, Kidore are partners in a partnership business, sharing profit and losses in the ratio of 2:2:1 respectively, after allowing for a 10% per annum interest on fixed capital balances and commission entitled to a partner. The following trial balance was extracted from financial record of partnership as at 30th of September 2017 is as set below. So we are given the trial balance there for partnership as at 30th of September 2017. So the first item, we have land and buildings at cost, motor vehicle at cost, office equipment at cost, furniture and fixtures at cost. And then we have the provision for depreciation for buildings, motor vehicle, office equipment, furniture and fixtures. So this is the accumulated depreciation for those particular assets. Then we have investment. We have goodwill inventories as at 30th of September 2017. We have account receivable, account payable, bank overdraft, accrued expenses, a capital account for Chada, Pete, and Kidore. And then you're given the net profit for the year which ended 30th of September 2017. We have the drawings by the 3 partners, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. And then we have the current account for the 3 partners, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. Then we have some additional information, note 1 up to note number 3. Note number 1, we are told that Kidore was the only active partner and was entitled to a commission of 15% on annual sales revenue, which averaged to 20 million. So, and then you're told that number 2, the partners resolved to convert their business into that of a company to be named Chapeki Limited with effect from 1st October 2017 under the following terms. 1, we are told investment comprised equity investment which partners had acquired jointly. Each partner was to take over a portion of the investment equivalent to the profit share
The investment had a market value of 50 million as at 30th of September 2017. The other point you're told, other assets and liabilities were transferred to the new company at the following agreed values. Landed building 115 million, motor vehicle 25.5 million, office equipment 43.5 million, fixture and fittings 29.55 million, and then inventories at a book value less 5%, account receivables at book value less 2.5%, and then we are told current liabilities were transferred now to the company at their book value. We are told goodwill was considered valueless and therefore was written off. And then you're told the purchase consideration on business purchase was agreed at shillings 250. And the last point of note, number 2, we are told the partners were to become shareholders. The company issued ordinary shares at par of shillings 10 each to the partners to satisfy the balance due to them as at 30th of September 2017. And in the last point, number 3, we are told upon incorporation, the new company issued new debentures at par carrying a 14% per annum. And then you're told the cash proceeds from the issue amounting to 50 million were utilized to purchase additional stock of raw materials, additional stock of raw materials worth 15 million, and then you're told accrued expenses were settled in full. So what you are required from this particular question 1 is we prepare the realization account, partners capital account, and Chapeki Limited account to cross off the partnership books, and finally we are required to prepare opening statement of financial position of Chapeki Limited. This is a question for conversion of partnership into a limited company. Basically what we said in our first lesson is that whenever a partnership business has been converted into a limited company, the first thing we need to do is to cross off the books of account of the partnership business, simply because that partnership business is dissolved. And actually we said we prepare 3 main accounts: realization account, partners capital account, and the purchasing company account. Like in this case, the purchasing company is known as Chapeki Limited. Those are the 3 main accounts which we prepare to cross off the books of account of the partnership. And actually that is what the examiner was requiring as far as Roman 1 of that question is concerned. And then from there we proceed and then do what? Open the books of account of the new what? A company. So therefore, what we need to do is to start with Roman 1 of that question, whereby we are required to prepare a number of accounts. So the first account we are required to prepare is the realization account. That is the first account we are expected to prepare here. And the realization account, basically this is prepared using a T format. Also in Roman 1, we are required to prepare a partners capital account. Partners capital account. Partners capital account. Equally, this is a T account. So meaning that this account will be having a debit and a credit side. And on the credit side, we are going to have the details column and columns equal to the number of partners. In our case, we have 3 partners. That is, we have 3 partners, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. The same case with the debit side of this particular account, we have 3 columns for the 3 partners. This is the debit side, credit. The same case with the partners capital account. So this is the details column, and then we have 3 partners, Chada, Pete, and then we have Kidore. The same case on the debit side, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. And equally in Roman 1 of that particular question, what the examiner was requiring us we prepare is another account which is called Chapeki Limited. So remember Chapeki, this is a new company, and basically the new company we refer to it as purchasing company. Reason being that this particular company is purchasing the business of the partnership. So therefore, we have the other account, which is Chapeki Limited account. Chapeki Limited, but which you are saying is the purchasing company account. Purchasing company account. So those are the three accounts which the examiner requires to be prepared as far as Roman 1 is concerned. And these accounts basically are prepared in order to cross off the books of account of what? Of the partnership. So what we need to do before we cross those particular accounts of the partnership, maybe we can just go through the additional information. We see what we are told. And number one, you're given some information about the commission which Kidore was to be entitled to, which you're told it was 15% of the sales revenue. And we are told Kidore is entitled to that commission because he was the only active partner. Being active partner means that Kidore is the one who was running the affairs of this particular partnership business. So we have that information. And then in number two, we are given now the information or the terms of conversion, the asset which were taken over by the new company, the asset which were taken over by the partners, the purchase consideration, and so on. So therefore, what we need to do, or anytime you come across such a question for partnership and whereby the conversion is taking place at the end of the year, the first thing you need to do is to distribute or basically to appropriate the profit which was reported by this particular partnership business among the partners, Once you're through with that, then proceed and you cross off the books of account of what? Of the partnership. And basically, in this case, we do that by preparing something called the appropriation account so that we can be able to do what? To distribute now that particular profit which was reported by the partnership business among the partners. So therefore, let's first of all we do that. Before then, we can proceed and cross off the books of account of this particular partnership business. It is also important for you to note that the figures which are given in the trial balance are in thousands of shillings. So therefore, what we need to do first of all, we take the net profit which was reported, the net profit for the year, and the net profit for the year in our case we are told is 91,000. So remember, take into account this is a partnership business. This profit which was reported during that year should be shared among partners. But before sharing out that particular profit, there are a number of things we need to deduct from this particular profit. Things like interest on capital, things like salaries to partners, things like commission to partners, and so on. So in a case what you're given, in the additional information, number one is the commission to Kidore. So mean that here we list now the appropriations. So the first appropriation we are going to list is the commission to partners. So in our case, we know that it is only one partner who is entitled to a commission, and that is Kidore. Kidore was entitled to a commission equal to 15% of the sales. And in this case, we are told the sales for that year average to how much? Average to 20,000. So we get 15% of that, and automatically that should give us 3,000. Let's just confirm whether that will give us 3,000. So 15% of 20,000. Yes, that will give us 3,000. So this is a commission now which Kidore was entitled to. The other appropriation which we deduct from this is salary to partners. As per the information which you're given in this particular question here, there is no partner who was entitled to a salary. But if any of the partner was entitled to a salary which is an appropriation, we also deduct it here. The other appropriation which we deduct here is something called the interest on capital. There is some information which you are given regarding this, which is in note number or in paragraph 1 of that particular question, whereby we are told partners were sharing profit and losses in the ratio of 2:2:1 after allowing a 10% per annum interest on fixed capital balances. So mean that the partners were entitled to an interest of on capital equal to 10%. So let's compute the interest on partners, or the interest on capital, that is for each partner. For a Chada, which will be 10% of his capital. Then we have Pete, equally 10% of his capital. And then the last partner, who is Kidore, equally 10% of his what? Over his capital. So how much is the capital balance for each partner? We have that is in the trial balance. We have that in the trial balance. And the capital of Chada here was 58,500. For the other partner, it was 37,000. That is Pete. And the other partner, that is Kidore, we have an amount of 31,500. So what we need to do, we get 10% of this. So this will give us 58,50. This will give us is 37. It will give us 3,700. And then this will give us 31 what? 50. So we get the total. We take it to the last column. So the total figure here will be 5850. 50 plus the 3700 plus the 3150. That will give us 12,700, and equally that one should be deducted now from our net profit. Now, after deducting those three items, that is the commission to partners, the salary to partners, the interest on capital, the amount now which remains here, or basically the balance which you get, if a positive figure, is a profit to be shared, but if it is a negative figure, is a loss now to be shared. In our case, I hope you can see here, definitely you are going to have a positive figure. So this minus those two figures, we are going to have a positive figure. We less from 91,000, we less 3,000 and 12,700. Yes, that will give us a positive figure of 75,300. Now, this particular figure here, this is a profit now to be shared by partners, or to be shared among the three partners using their profit and loss sharing ratio. So therefore, we have the share of profit, and this profit will be shared by the three partners. Chada, I think we can just use C for Chada, P for Pete, and K for Kidore. And this particular profit will be shared based on their profit and loss sharing ratio. As per the information we have in the first paragraph of that particular question, we are told that the partners were sharing profit and losses in the ratio of 2:2:1. So we need to get the total for that, which is 5, and the share of Chada is 2/5 times that figure, that is 75,300. The same case with Pete, 2/5 times 75,300, and then finally Kidore, 1/5 times 75,300. So that will give us now the amount of profit which each partner was entitled to. So the first partner, we take 2/5 times 75,300, and that will give us 3120, and that's the same for the other partner. And the last partner will be entitled to a share equal to a profit share equal to 15,060. So then once we add all this, it should give us now this particular amount here, that is 75,300. Yes, and basically after deducting now these three items now from our profit there, we should get now 0. Maybe you can just confirm 91,000 minus 3,000 minus 12,700 minus 75,300. Yes, so that should give us 0. So that is the first thing you do. You take the profit now which was reported by the partnership, and then you do what? You distribute it among the partners. And once you do that, then you go back to the trial balance. and basically you cross off all those particular accounts which had balances at the end of the year, starting from the first item there, which is land and building. But even before you do that, you have to remember, we say that in preparing this particular account, there are a number of things which you record here. For example, one, we say that all the assets which are taken over by the new company at their net book value, we debit them in this particular account. The other item, or basically on the other hand, we say that those particular assets which are written off, those particular assets which are taken over by partners, we debit them in this particular what account. Also, in the realization account, we credit the liabilities which are taken over by the new company, and also in this particular account on the credit side, we record now the purchase what a consideration. So therefore, what we know as per the information we have in or as per the information we have in note number 2 is that a number of assets, including land and buildings, motor vehicle, office equipment, furniture and fixtures, inventories, account receivables, all those particular assets were taken over by the new company. So therefore, all those particular assets which were taken over by the new company, what we do is that we debit them in this particular what? We debit them in this particular account here. We debit them in this particular account here. The first asset is land and buildings. Land and buildings. And we debit that particular asset here at its net book value. So what will be the net book value? The net book value will be equal to the cost, which is 123,500 minus the accumulated depreciation, which is 20,150. So that will give us now the net book value. We're going to compute that. The other asset is motor vehicle. Motor vehicle. So the net book value is 80,600 minus the accumulated depreciation, which is given as 54,600. The other asset which was still taken over is office equipment. The net book value will be 70,200, which is the cost, minus accumulated depreciation, which is 24,400. The other asset which was taken over was furniture and fixtures. The net book value will be 52 minus the accumulated depreciation of 18,500. So these are basically the assets now which were taken over by the new company, and those particular assets we have said in this particular account we debit them at the net book value. At the net book what? A value. So let's compute the net book value of this particular asset, starting with the first one, which is land and building, 123,500 minus 20,150, which will give us 103,350. The other one is motor vehicle. We have 80,600 minus the accumulated depreciation of 54,600, which will give us a net book value of 26,000. So the other asset is office equipment, whose cost is 7,200 minus accumulated depreciation of what? Of 24,400. That will give us 45,800. And then we have the other asset, which is furniture and fixtures. The cost is 52,000 minus accumulated depreciation of 18,500, and that will give us 33,500. Yes. So we are through with those particular accounting for those particular assets which were taken over by the first of all, those particular non-current assets which were taken over by the partnership, and then below those particular assets, remember I've said we cross off those particular accounts. Don't skip any account. So then from there we go, remember you have dealt with those particular accumulated depreciation. Then from there we go to the investment. So there is some information you are given regarding those investment in point number 2. In addition information number 2.1, we are told investment comprised of equity investment which partners had acquired jointly. Equity investment means that this is an investment in shares and the partners had acquired those particular shares what? Jointly. So we are told each partner was to take over a portion of the investment, equivalent to the profit what? Share. And then you are told the investment had a market value of 50 million at on 30th September 2020, 17. So this particular investment, which we are told include investment in equity shares, So in the statement of financial, in the trial balance, you can see that this particular investment had a book value of what? Of 44,800. But you're told this particular investment at the end of the year had a value of how much? 50,000. So automatically, this particular investment will be shared by partners at their market value. The market value is how much? 50,000. So, but now the difference here, which is the difference between 50,000 and 44,800. So this one, which is 52, is what? Is a gain on investment, or basically we can refer to it as a revaluation gain on what? On investment. So how do we account for that? So remember, investment, this is an asset. This is an asset. So therefore, the amount which was recorded in this particular account was an amount of how much? 44,800. Yes. So therefore, what we do, because we need to cross off that particular account, take into account those particular investments were taken over by partners. So we credit this particular account with that particular amount, 44,800, and now this particular gain of 5,200, this will be credited in this account. This will be credited in this what? Account. So basically what that means is that the double entry for this particular investment shared by partners, one, we debit the partners capital account at an amount of 50,000. Then we credit to account the investment account with an amount of 44,800. That's what you have said there. And then with the gain, which is the revaluation gain of 52, this would be credited in the account called what? The realization account. The realization what? Account. So therefore, the entries which we need to make here is what is affecting realization. So 5,200, we can refer to that as the revaluation gain on investment. Which is a figure of 52. So we are not required to prepare the investment account, and then the other entry which we need to make is to debit the partner's capital account with an amount of how much? 50. Remember, we are told that that particular investment will be shared among partners using their profit and loss sharing ratio. The profit and loss sharing ratio we know is 2/5, 2/5, and 1/5. So therefore, we debit this particular account with the investment which was taken over by partners. And basically, we take 2/5 times what? 50,000 for Chada and Pete. So this will be 10, and that will give us 20,000. 20,000. And then for Kidore, automatically will be what? Will be 10. So that is now how we account for those particular assets which are taken over by partners. We said debit the partner's capital account, credit the specific asset account. So then below investment, we go back to the trial balance. Below investment, we have goodwill, and equally there is some information we have in note number 2 regarding goodwill, whereby we are told goodwill was considered valueless and was therefore written off. Equally, we say that those particular assets which are not taken over by the new company but they are written off, we credit the specific asset account and then we debit the partner's capital account, equally using the profit and loss sharing ratio. So take into account goodwill was written off. That one will be debited in this account and then credited in a specific asset account using the partner's profit and loss sharing ratio. So the profit and loss sharing ratio for Chada and Pete we know is 2/5. 2/5 times the value of goodwill. So in this case, the goodwill had a value of how much? 26,000. So this will give us what? Let's compute that. We have 26,000 divided by 5. So this will give us 52 times 2. So which will give us 10,400. 10,400 for Chada and Pete, and then 5,200 for the other partner. So with that particular goodwill, then from there we have 2 other assets there. We have inventories at the end of there and account receivables. If we go to note number 2, we are told inventories and also account receivables. These are the other assets which were taken over by the new company. Any asset taken over by the new company, the books of account of the partnership, or when crossing off the books of account of the partnership, you debit such asset in this account at the book value. The book value is the value in the trial balance. So we have inventories. The book value, the value in the trial balance is 31,200, and then we have account receivables. Account receivables with a book value of what? With a book value of 25,400. So we are through with those two current assets, and then from there we have bank overdraft, accrued expenses, including account payable. There is some information we are given still in note number 2, where we are given the terms of conversion, where we are told all current liabilities were transferred to the new company at the book value. At the book what? Value. And actually those three items, account payable, bank overdraft, accrued expenses, all those are current items of current liability. So those three items of current liabilities were transferred to the new company. So we said in crossing of the books of account of the partnership, those particular liabilities those liabilities which are transferred to the new company, what we do is that we credit them in this account, in the realization account at the book value. So we have three current liabilities there. Account payables, the book value for that is 62,400. We also have bank OD, bank overdraft. The book value for that is 17,550. And then we have accrued expenses, having a book value of 4,000. Having a book value of what? 4,000. So those are the three current liabilities which were taken over. And then from there we go to the other item, which is the partner's capital account. The partner's capital account is crossed off to this particular account. And you can see the partner's capital account in the trial balance is having a what? A credit balance. So therefore that is the first, or basically that one we cross it off in this account and we record it on the credit side. The capital account balance for the first partner is 58,500. For Pete, that is 7,000. And then for the other partner, who is Kidore, is an amount of 500. So we have done with that. And then from there, we have now the profit for the year. The profit for the year, we don't record it in either of these particular accounts, but what we account for is these appropriations, this particular amount which has been distributed to partners, because you can see this profit for the year was distributed among partners. That's what we account for. And all these items here, all these appropriations, they are recorded in this account, the partner's capital account. Anything which a partner is entitled to, including commission, including salary, including a share of profit, including interest on capital, all those items in this account, we do what? We credit them. So let's start with the commission. Hi Rana, welcome to another session of Manifested Online Classes. My name is Joseph Kimani, your lecturer for Financial Reporting and Analysis. So in this session, I want us to look on an illustration question regarding accounting for the conversion of a partnership into a limited company. And I want us, first of all, to go through that particular question and we see what was required. So the question reads, Chada, Pete, Kidore are partners in a partnership business, sharing profit and losses in the ratio of 2:2:1 respectively, after allowing for a 10% per annum interest on fixed capital balances and commission entitled to a partner. The following trial balance was extracted from financial record of partnership as at 30th of September 2017 is as set below. So we are given the trial balance there for partnership as at 30th of September 2017. So the first item, we have land and buildings at cost, motor vehicle at cost, office equipment at cost, furniture and fixtures at cost. And then we have the provision for depreciation for buildings, motor vehicle, office equipment, furniture and fixtures. So this is the accumulated depreciation for those particular assets. Then we have investment. We have goodwill inventories as at 30th of September 2017. We have account receivable, account payable, bank overdraft, accrued expenses, a capital account for Chada, Pete, and Kidore. And then you're given the net profit for the year which ended 30th of September 2017. We have the drawings by the three partners, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. And then we have the current account for the three partners, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. Then we have some additional information, note 1 up to note number 3. Note number 1, we are told that Kidore was the only active partner and was entitled to a commission of 15% on annual sales revenue, which averaged to 20 million. So, and then you're told that number 2, the partners resolved to convert their business into that of a company to be named Chapeki Limited with effect from 1st October 2017 under the following terms. 1, we are told investment comprised equity investment, which partners had acquired jointly. Each partner was to take over a portion of the investment equivalent to the profit share. The investment had a market value of 50 million as at 30th of September 2017. The other point you're told, other assets and liabilities were transferred to the new company at the following agreed values. Landed building 115 million, motor vehicle 25.5 million, office equipment 43.5 million, fixture and fittings 29.55 million, and then inventories at a book value less 5%, account receivables at book value less 2.5%, and then we are told current liabilities were transferred now to the company at their book value. We are told goodwill was considered valueless and therefore was written off. And then you're told the purchase consideration on business purchase was agreed at shillings 250. And the last point of note number 2, we are told the partners were to become shareholders. The company issued ordinary shares at par of shillings 10 each to the partners to satisfy the balance due to them as at 30th of September 2017. And in the last point, number 3, we are told upon incorporation, the new company issued new debentures at par carrying a 14% per annum. And then you're told the cash proceeds from the issue amounting to 50 million were utilized to purchase additional stock of raw materials, additional stock of raw materials worth 15 million, and then you're told accrued expenses were settled in full. So what you are required from this particular question 1 is we prepare the realization account, partners capital account, and Chapeki Limited account to cross off the partnership books. And finally, we are required to prepare opening statement of financial position of Chapeki Limited. This is a question for conversion of partnership into a limited company. Basically, what we said in our first lesson is that whenever a partnership business has been converted into a limited company, the first thing we need to do is to cross off the books of account of the partnership business, simply because that partnership business is dissolved. And actually, we said we prepare 3 main accounts: realization account, partners capital account, and the purchasing company account. Like in this case, the purchasing company is known as Chapeki Limited. Those are the 3 main accounts which we prepare to cross off the books of account of the partnership. And actually, that is what the examiner was requiring as far as the Roman 1 of that question is concerned. And then from there, we proceed and then do what? Open the books of account of the new what? A company. So therefore, what we need to do is to start with Roman 1 of that question, whereby we are required to prepare a number of accounts. So the first account we are required to prepare is the realization account. Realization account, that is the first account we are expected to prepare here. And the realization account, basically this is prepared using a T format. Also in Roman 1, we are required to prepare a partners capital account. Partners capital account. Partners capital account. Equally, this is a T account. T account. So meaning that this account will be having a debit and a credit side. And on the credit side, we are going to have the details column and columns equal to the number of partners. In our case, we have 3 partners. That is, we have 3 partners, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. The same case with the debit side of this particular account, we have 3 columns for the 3 partners. This is the debit side, credit, the same case with the partners capital account. So this is the details column, and then we have 3 partners, Chada, Pete, and then we have Kidore. The same case on the debit side, Chada, Pete, and Kidore. And equally, in Roman 1 of that particular question, what the examiner was requiring us we prepare is another account which is called Chapeki Limited. So remember, Chapeki, this is a new company, and basically the new company we refer to it as purchasing company. The reason being that this particular company is purchasing the business of the partnership. So therefore, we have the other account which is Chapeki Limited account. Chapeki Limited, but which you are saying is the purchasing company account. Purchasing company account. So those are the 3 accounts which the examiner requires to be prepared as far as Roman 1 is concerned. And these accounts basically are prepared in order to cross off the books of account of what? Of the partnership. So what we need to do before we cross those particular accounts of the partnership, maybe we can just go through the additional information. We see what we are told. And number 1, you're given some information about the commission which Kidore was to be entitled to, which you're told it was 15% of the sales revenue. And we are told Kidore is entitled to that commission because he was the only active partner. Being active partner means that Kidore is the one who was running the affairs of this particular partnership business. So we have that information. And then in number 2, we are given now the information or the terms of conversion, the asset which were taken over by the new company, the asset which were taken over by the partners, the purchase consideration, and so on. So therefore, what we need to do, or anytime you come across such a question for partnership and whereby the conversion is taking place at the end of the year, the first thing you need to do is to distribute or basically to appropriate the profit which was reported by this particular partnership business among the partners, Once you're through with that, then proceed and you cross off the books of account of what? Of the partnership. And basically, in this case, we do that by preparing something called the appropriation account so that we can be able to do what? To distribute now that particular profit which was reported by the partnership business among the partners. So therefore, let's first of all we do that. Before then, we can proceed and cross off the books of account of this particular partnership business. It is also important for you to note that the figures which are given in the trial balance are in thousands of shillings. So therefore, what we need to do first of all, we take the net profit which was reported, the net profit for the year, and the net profit for the year in our case we are told is 91,000. So remember, take into account this is a partnership business. This profit which was reported during that year should be shared among partners. But before sharing out that particular profit, there are a number of things we need to deduct from this particular profit. Things like interest on capital, things like salaries to partners, things like commission to partners, and so on. So in our case, what you're given in the additional information, number 1 is the commission to Kidore. So mean that here we list now the appropriations. So the first appropriation we are going to list is the commission to partners. So in our case, we know that it is only one partner who is entitled to a commission, and that is Kidore. Kidore was entitled to a commission equal to 15% of the sales. And in this case, we are told the sales for that year average to how much? Average to 20,000. So we get 15% of that, and automatically that should give us 3,000. Let's just confirm whether that will give us 3,000. So 15% of 20,000. Yes, that will give us 3,000. So this is a commission now which Kidore was entitled to. The other appropriation which we deduct from this is salary to partners. Salary to partners. As per the information which are given in this particular question here, there is no partner who was entitled to a salary. But if any of the partner was entitled to a salary which is an appropriation, we also deduct it here. The other appropriation which we deduct here is something called the interest on capital. Interest on capital. There is some information which are given regarding this, which is in note number or in paragraph 1 of that particular question, whereby we are told partners were sharing profit and losses in the ratio of 2:2:1 after allowing a 10% per annum interest on fixed capital balances. So mean that the partners were entitled to an interest of, on capital equal to 10%. Equal to 10%. So let's compute the interest on partners, or the interest on capital, that is for each partner. For a Chada, which will be 10% of his capital. Then we have Pete, equally 10% of his capital. And then the last partner, who is Kidore, equally 10% of his what? Of his capital. So how much is the capital balance for each partner? We have that is in the trial balance. We have that in the trial balance. And the capital of Chada here was 58,500. For the other partner, it was 37,000. That is Pete. And the other partner, that is Kidore, we have an amount of 31,500. 31,500. So what we need to do, we get 10% of this. So this will give us 58,50. This will give us is 37. It will give us 3,700. And then this will give us 31 what? 50. So we get the total. We take it to the last column. So the total figure here will be 5850. 50 plus the 3,700 plus the 3150. That will give us 12,700, and equally that one should be deducted now from our net profit. Now, after deducting those three items, that is the commission to partners, the salary to partners, the interest on capital, the amount now which remains here, or basically the balance which you get, if a positive figure, is a profit to be shared, but if it is a negative figure, is a loss now to be shared. In our case, I hope you can see here, definitely you are going to have a positive figure. So this minus those two figures, we are going to have a positive figure. We less from 91,000, we less 3,000 and 12,700. Yes, that will give us a positive figure of 75,300. Now, this particular figure here, this is a profit now to be shared by partners, or to be shared among the three partners using their profit and loss sharing ratio. So therefore, we have the share of profit, and this profit will be shared by the three partners. Chada, I think we can just use C for Chada, P for Pete, and K for Kidore. And this particular profit will be shared based on their profit and loss sharing ratio. As per the information we have in the first paragraph of that particular question, we are told that the partners were sharing profit and losses in the ratio of 2:2:1. So we need to get the total for that, which is 5, and the share of Chada is 2/5 times that figure, that is 75,300. The same case with Pete, 2/5 times 75,300, and then finally Kidore, 1/5 times 75,300. So that will give us now the amount of profit which each partner was entitled to. So the first partner, we take 2 all over 5 times 75, 300, and that will give us 30, 120, and that's the same for the other partner. And the last partner will be entitled to a share equal to a profit share equal to 15,060. So then once we add all this, it should give us now this particular amount here. That is 75,300. Yes, and basically after deducting now these 3 items now from our profit there, we should get now 0. Maybe you can just confirm 91,000 minus 3,000 minus 12,700 minus 75,300. Yes, so that should give us 0. So that is the first thing you do. You take the profit now which was reported by the partnership, and then you do what? You distribute it among the partners. And once you do that, then you go back to the trial balance, and basically you cross off all those particular accounts which had balances at the end of the year, starting from the first item there, which is land and building. But even before you do that, you have to remember, we say that in preparing this particular account, the number of things which you record here. For example, when we say that all the assets which are taken over by the new company at their net book value, we debit them in this particular account. The other item, or basically on the other hand, we say that those particular assets which are written off, those particular assets which are taken over by partners, we debit them in this particular account. Also, in the realization account, we credit the liabilities which are taken over by the new company, and also in this particular account on the credit side, we record now the purchase a consideration. So therefore, what we know as per the information we have in or as per the information we have in note number 2 is that a number of assets, including land and buildings, motor vehicle, office equipment, furniture and fixtures, inventories, account receivables, all those particular assets were taken over by the new company. So therefore, all those particular assets which were taken over by the new company, what we do is that we debit them in this particular we debit them in this particular account here. We debit them in this particular account here. The first asset is land and buildings. Land and buildings, and we debit that particular asset here at its net book value. So what will be the net book value? The net book value will be equal to the cost, which is 123,500, minus the accumulated depreciation, which is 20,150. So that will give us now the net book value. We're going to compute that. The other asset is motor vehicle. So the net book value is 80,600 minus the accumulated depreciation, which is given as 54,600. The other asset which was still taken over is office equipment. The net book value will be 70,200, which is the cost, minus accumulated depreciation, which is 24,400. The other asset which was taken over was furniture and fixtures. The net book value will be 52 minus the accumulated depreciation of 18,500. So these are basically the assets now which were taken over by the new company, and those particular assets we have said in this particular account we debit them at the net book value. At the net book value. So let's compute the net book value of this particular asset, starting with the first one, which is land and building, 123,500 minus 20,150, which will give us 103,350. The other one is motor vehicle. We have 80,600 minus the accumulated depreciation of 54,600, which will give us a net book value of 26,000. So the other asset is office equipment, whose cost is 7,200 minus accumulated depreciation of 24,400. That will give us 45,800. And then we have the other asset, which is furniture and fixtures. The cost is 52,000 minus accumulated depreciation of 18,500. and that will give us 33,500. Yes. So we are through with those particular accounting for those particular assets which were taken over by the first of all, those particular non-current assets which were taken over by the partnership, and then below those particular assets. Remember, I've said we cross off those particular accounts. Don't skip any account. So then from there we go. Remember, you have dealt with those particular accumulated depreciation. Then from there we go to the investment. So there is some information we are given regarding those investment in note in point number 2. In addition information number 2.1, we are told investment comprised of equity investment which partners had acquired jointly. Equity investment means that this is an investment in shares and the partners had acquired those particular shares jointly. So we are told each partner was to take over a portion of the investment, equivalent to the profit share, and then you're told the investment had a market value of 50 million at all as on 30th September 2017. So this particular investment, which we are told include investment in equity shares. So in the statement of financial, in the trial balance, you can see that this particular investment had a book value of what? Of 44,800. But you're told this particular investment at the end of the year had a value of how much? 50,000. So automatically, this particular investment will be shared by partners at their market value. The market value is how much? 50,000. So, but now the difference here, which is the difference between 50,000 and 44,800. So this one, which is 52, is what? Is a gain on investment, or basically we can refer to it as a revaluation gain on what? On investment. So how do we account for that? So remember, investment, this is an asset. This is an asset. So therefore, the amount which was recorded in this particular account was an amount of how much? 44,800. Yes. So therefore, what we do, because we need to cross off that particular account, take into account those particular investments were taken over by partners. So we credit this particular account with that particular amount, 44,800, and now this particular gain of 5,200, this will be credited in this account. This will be credited in this what? Account. So basically what that means is that the double entry for this particular investment shared by partners, one, we debit the partners capital account at an amount of 50,000. Then we credit to account the investment account with an amount of 44,800. That's what you have said there. And then with the gain, which is the revaluation gain of 52, this would be credited in the account called what? The realization account. The realization what? Account. So therefore, the entries which we need to make here is what is affecting realization. So 5,200, we can refer to that as the revaluation gain on investment. Which is a figure of 52. So we are not required to prepare the investment account, and then the other entry which we need to make is to debit the partner's capital account with an amount of how much? 50. Remember, we are told that that particular investment will be shared among partners using their profit and loss sharing ratio. The profit and loss sharing ratio we know is 2/5, 2/5, and 1/5. So therefore, we debit this particular account with the investment which was taken over by partners. And basically, we take 2/5 times what? 50,000 for Chada and Pete. So this will be 10, and that will give us 20,000. 20,000. And then for Kidore, automatically will be what? Will be 10. So that is now how we account for those particular assets which are taken over by partners. We said debit the partner's capital account, credit the specific asset account. So then below investment, we go back to the trial balance. Below investment, we have goodwill, and equally there is some information we have in note number 2 regarding goodwill, whereby we are told goodwill was considered valueless and was therefore written off. Equally, we say that those particular assets which are not taken over by the new company but they are written off, we credit the specific asset account and then we debit the partner's capital account, equally using the profit and loss sharing ratio. So take into account goodwill was written off, that one will be debited in this account and then credited in a specific asset account using the partner's profit and loss sharing ratio. So the profit and loss sharing ratio for Chada and Pete we know is 2 all over 5. 2 all over 5 times the value of goodwill. So in this case, the goodwill had a value of how much? 26,000. So this will give us what? Let's compute that. We have 26,000 divided by 5. So this will give us 52 times 2. So which will give us 10,400. 10,400 for Chada and Pete, and then 5,200 for the other partner. So with that particular goodwill, then from there we have two other assets there. We have inventories at the end of there and account receivables. If you go to note number 2, we are told inventories and also account receivables. These are the other assets which were taken over by the new company. Any asset taken over by the new company, the books of account of the partnership, or when crossing off the books of account of the partnership, you debit such asset in this account at the book value. The book value is the value in the trial balance. So we have inventories. The book value, the value in the trial balance is 31,200, and then we have account receivables. Account receivables with a book value of what? With a book value of 25,400. So we are through with those two current assets, and then from there we have bank overdraft, accrued expenses, including account payable. There is some information we are given still in note number 2, where we are given the terms of conversion, where we are told all current liabilities were transferred to the new company at the book value. At the book what? Value. And actually those three items, account payable, bank overdraft, accrued expenses, all those are current items of current liability. So those three items of current liabilities were transferred to the new company. So we said in crossing of the books of account of the partnership, those particular liabilities those liabilities which are transferred to the new company, what we do is that we credit them in this account, in the realization account at the book value. So we have three current liabilities there. Account payables, the book value for that is 62,400. We also have bank OD, bank overdraft. The book value for that is 17,550. And then we have accrued expenses, having a book value of 4,000. Having a book value of what? 4,000. So those are the three current liabilities which were taken over. And then from there we go to the other item, which is the partner's capital account. The partner's capital account is crossed off to this particular account. And you can see the partner's capital account in the trial balance is having a what? A credit balance. So therefore that is the first, or basically that one we cross it off in this account and we record it on the credit side. The capital account balance for the first partner is 58,500. For Pete, that is 7,000. And then for the other partner, who is Kidore, is an amount of 500. So we are done with that. And then from there, we have now the profit for the year. The profit for the year, we don't record it in either of these particular accounts, but what we account for is these appropriations, this particular amount which has been distributed to partners, because you can see this profit for the year was distributed among partners. That's what we account for. And all these items here, all these appropriations, they are recorded in this account, the partner's capital account. Anything which a partner is entitled to, including commission, including salary, including a share of profit, including interest on capital, all those items in this account, we do what? We credit them. So let's start with the commission. Hi Rana, welcome to another session of Manifested Online Classes. My name is Joseph Kimani, lecturer for financial reporting and analysis. So in this class, I want us we start with topic number 2, And as far as this particular topic is concerned, we're going to discuss a number of issues. One, we are going to look on the principles for recognizing revenue as set out under IFRS 15. We're going to look on how a company, or basically how an entity, should recognize revenue as far as various contracts with customers are concerned, e.g. hire purchase, e.g. consignment, sales, construction, contract. Also, we are going to look on the effect of changes in exchange rate, or basically how an entity should account for the changes in the exchange rate. And finally, we are going to look on the borrowing cost. What is the borrowing cost? How the borrowing cost is accounted for under IAS 2023, that is International Accounting Standard number 23. So therefore, you're going to look on those three areas: how revenue is recognized at IFRS 15, accounting for changes in the exchange rate, and also borrowing cost under IAS 23. So I want us to start with the first subtopic, which is all about revenue recognition under IFRS 15. First of all, it is important to note that IFRS 15, this is a new accounting standard which was issued back in 2018, and it was issued by the International Accounting Standard Board to replace two standards. That is the International Accounting Standard number 18, which used to provide some principles regarding revenue recognition. So that particular standard has been scrapped. That is the International Accounting Standard number 18, and two IFRS 15 superseded, or actually replaced now IAS 11, which used to provide some principles regarding how to account for construction contract. So therefore, first of all, we can say that IFRS 15 yes, so therefore that is the first thing which is very, very important for you to note, that this is a new standard which was issued by the International Accounting Standard Board. So International Accounting Standard Board, basically this is a body which is in charge of coming up, formulating now the accounting standard. So it issued this standard back in the year 2018 to replace two standards. So mean that these two standards, that is International Accounting Standard number 18 and also International Accounting Standard number 11, these standards currently are no longer applicable, simply because they have been superseded. They have been replaced now by by IFRS 15. Now, what is the main objective of this particular standard here? The main objective of International Financial Reporting Standard number 15 is to set out the principles and also the rules to be followed by a company, or basically by an entity, when recognizing revenue from contract with customers. And therefore, what is expected of us here is to know how a company or how an entity should recognize revenue from various contract with customers. We're going to see later on how the revenue should be or how revenue arising from various contracts, like hire purchase, like what if as a consignment, like what if as a construction, how it should be recognized as provided by by IFRS 15. And therefore, this particular standard here, that is IFRS 15, requires an entity to recognize revenue once the entity has transferred the control of the asset to the customer. Basically, what that means is that once a company has entered into a contract with a customer, and that company should supply some goods now to that particular customer, that company should only recognize revenue once the control of the goods have been transferred. What is the control of the goods? When we talk about the control, we are talking of the ability to direct the use of the goods, or the ability to direct the use of the asset, and also the customer is obtaining substantially all the benefits associated with such an asset. And therefore, this is quite different from what IAS 18 was requiring, because the previous standard on revenue recognition, International Accounting Standard number 18, was requiring an entity to recognize revenue once the entity transfer the risk and rewards associated with the goods and services to who? To a customer. In which case, we are saying that here this new standard requires revenue only to be recognized once the control of the goods or even assets have been what? Transferred to the customer. So therefore, here we can say that IFRS 15 set out rules for revenue recognition based on transfer of control over goods, or based on transfer of control to a customer from the entity. From what? From the entity which is selling goods or what? Services. So basically what that means is that revenue here should be recognized. Once an entity has done what? Has transferred the control of what? Of the goods or services now to who? To the customer. So that is now the rule which has been set out under this particular what? Standard. But remember what you have said is that the previous standard on revenue recognition, that is IAS 18, was requiring now an entity to recognize revenue once the entity transferred what? The risk and rewards associated with what? The goods or services, or even what? Or even now the asset. And therefore here you can see there is a slight difference, or basically there is difference between the previous standard on revenue recognition and the new standard. Then from there, it is important here we define what is control. What is control? What do you mean by transferring the control of the goods or even the asset to the customer? When talk about the control, I would say that this is the ability of the customer to direct now what they use, to direct how that particular asset or how those particular goods now will be used. And also number two, the customer is obtaining all the benefits associated with those particular goods or associated with that particular what? Asset. So once now the customer has obtained the control, that is the only time the entity should be able to recognize what? Revenue. So therefore we can say that control here, control is that particular what? Is that ability. Control is the ability, to control, and obtain all benefits associated with the goods or assets. Or what? Assets. So therefore, control is that particular ability to do what? To control. In this case, I've said to control is basically what? Ability to direct the use. So if the customer is in a position to direct how the asset will be used, also the customer is obtaining all the benefits associated with the goods and services, the entity which is selling such goods, the entity which is selling that particular asset, then should go ahead and do what? And actually recognize the revenue. Now, on the other hand, it is also important for us to define what is benefits. When talk about obtaining the benefits of goods, or basically obtaining the benefits of an asset, basically what this means is that that particular customer is in a position to do what? For example, to use that asset, maybe in terms of adding value to other what? Asset. The customer is in a position to use that particular asset, maybe to do what? For example, to settle certain liabilities, to reduce what? The expenses. Equally, the customer can be able to use that particular asset to secure a loan. The customer can be able to use that particular asset as a collateral security to do what? To obtain a loan from what? From a bank. So therefore here we can say that we can talk over benefits of goods or what? Asset. Benefits of goods or assets. And we can first of all define what is the benefit, and we say that benefit, this is a cash flows associated with goods, all what assets, associated with what goods and asset. And then we also say that a customer obtains benefit of goods, in the following ways. Obtain benefit of goods if, number one, that particular customer is using the asset to produce goods or services. So if the customer is using that particular asset to produce some goods and services, so in this case we say that the customer has been able to obtain what? The benefit associated with those particular goods, or basically what? Asset. All asset. Number two is that a customer obtain the benefit of goods or asset if that customer can do what? Can pledge that particular what? Asset as a collateral security, in obtaining a loan. So if the customer can be able to use that particular asset as a collateral security whenever the customer is borrowing a loan from the bank, in such a case, still we say the customer has been able to do what? To obtain the benefit of the goods. Number three is that a customer also obtain the benefit of the asset once the customer is holding the asset. In other terms, once the possession of the asset has already been transferred now to the customer, and the customer is in possession, the customer is holding that particular asset, then we say the customer has also been able to obtain what? Has been able to obtain the benefits of what? Of that particular asset. And number four, we say that a customer has obtained the benefit of an asset if the customer is using the asset to do what? To add value to another asset. And also number five, we say that a customer has obtained benefit of a good or asset if the customer still is using the asset to do what? To reduce expenses or settle what? Or settle liabilities. So in all these particular cases here, basically we say that the customer has been able to obtain what? The benefit of goods. So therefore, it is very, very important here to note that under this particular standard IFRS 15, a company or an entity should only recognize revenue if that particular entity has transferred now the control of those particular goods or assets, meaning that the customer to whom the control has been transferred to is in a position to direct how that particular asset will be used. Or number two, the customer is obtaining what? The substantial what? Benefits associated with that particular what? Asset. In this case, we have talked about the various ways in terms of how now a customer may be obtaining what? Benefits associated with the asset, like using the asset to produce some goods or services, or pledging the asset as a collateral security in securing a loan, or holding an asset. The customer has been able to obtain the possession of the goods, or the customer is using that particular asset in terms of adding some value to other assets, and that particular customer is also using that particular asset to do what? To reduce some expenses which are incurred by him, or to settle certain what? Liabilities. So there was a question which was examined on this in the sitting of December 2023. So I can just give that here as an assignment. December 2023. It was question number 1. So you check on this particular question, you'll be able to see that question which was asking about various ways in terms of how a customer obtain the benefit of asset. The benefit of asset. What the examiner was requiring, you give these particular 5 ways in terms of how now a customer obtain the benefit of what? The benefit of the asset. So that is the first thing you need to know here. Then from there, let's proceed and look on something to do with the scope of IFRS 15. Scope of IFRS 15. IFRS 15. So when talk about now the scope here, basically we are talking of those particular contract with the customers whereby this particular standard apply. IFRS 15 applies to which contract with the customers. So in this case, we say that IFRS 15 will apply to all contract with customers, e.g. hire purchase, e.g. what refers the consignment sales, e.g. construction contract, but IFRS 15 do not apply in certain contract with customers, such as leases, such as what refers the insurance, contract, and so on. So therefore, we can say that IFRS 15 applies to all contract with customers, e.g. hire purchase, consignment, sales or consignment contract, sales, construction contract, etc. So equally we can say that the following contract with customers, do not fall within the scope of IFRS 15. Do not fall within the scope of IFRS 15. What does that mean? That the foreign contract with customers do not fall within the scope of IFRS 15. So we are talking of those particular contract with customers which should not be accounted for, or the revenue from such a contract with customers should not be recognized in accordance with the principles, with the rules laid down at the IFRS 15. So which are those contracts which do not fall within the scope of IFRS 15? Number one, we have leases. Leases, this one should be accounted for in accordance with IFRS 16. Number two, we have insurance contract. Which should be accounted for in accordance with IFRS 4. We also have a contract such as financial instruments, which equally should be accounted for in accordance with IFRS 9. So therefore, all these particular contract with the customers do not fall within the scope of IFRS 15. Any revenue, any income coming from this particular contract should not be recognized in accordance with in accordance with the IFRS 15, but should be recognized in accordance now with the specific standard. If something like leases, that should be the revenue coming from such contract should be accounted for in accordance with IFRS 15. There is a topic we did as far as that is concerned, or basically we covered this topic subtopic in topic number 1. Then any revenue arising from insurance contract should be recognized in accordance with IFRS 4, and financial instrument, which also we covered as a subtopic in topic 1. Any revenue coming from that should also be recognized and also accounted for in accordance with in accordance with IFRS 9. So therefore, it is important to note what is the scope. This IFRS 15 applies to which contract with customers? It applies to those particular contracts which you have mentioned there, e.g. hire purchase, consignment, sales, construction contract, and so on. Then from there, I want us we proceed and look on how now the revenue from contract with customers should be recognized in accordance with IFRS 15, though there is something we have mentioned as far as that is concerned. And also we look on something known as the 5-step model set out by IFRS 15. IFRS 15 has come up or has given a model which include 5 steps to be followed by any entity or basically by a company for the company to be able to recognize what? Contract with what? With customers. So let's next look, we look on that. So we have the revenue recognition, or we can just talk of recognition criteria. Recognition criteria. We are talking of the revenue recognition criteria as set out under IFRS 15 and 5 steps model. 5 steps model. 5 steps model. Already we have mentioned something to do with the revenue recognition criteria set out under IFRS 15. We have said that here a company should only recognize revenue from contract with customers once the entity supplying the goods or services transfers the control of the goods, transfer the control of what? Of assets. So therefore, we can just summarize that here and we say revenue should be recognized based on transfer of control of goods or services and not based on transfer of risks and rewards as it was required under IAS what? 18. Previously, a company was recognizing revenue from contract with customers once the company transferred what? The risk and what? The risk and rewards associated with the goods or what? Services. But under the new standard here, we are saying revenue should only be recognized once an entity transfer what? The control of the goods or what? Services. And actually, we have defined what is a control. We have said the control means that the customer to whom the goods have been transferred to is in a position to direct how those particular goods will be used, and also that customer is obtaining all benefits associated with those particular goods, associated with those particular what? Assets. So that is how revenue should be recognized in accordance with IFRS 15. Now, this particular standard here also we have said it has set out a 5-step model to be followed in recognizing of what? Of revenue. So therefore, we can say that IFRS 15 set out the 5-step model, 5 steps model to be recognized, to be followed, that is, to be followed by an entity in recognizing revenue. In recognizing revenue. So which are those particular 5 steps which a company should follow for that company to be able to do what? To recognize revenue from contract with customers. So the first step is to identify the contract with customer. So that is the first thing. So that an entity, we need to identify the contract with customers. The contract with who? With customers. So in this case, basically a contract with a customer or customers. This is basically an agreement between an entity and a customer that an entity will supply some goods, or an entity will sell some or will provide certain services or sell an asset to a customer. So once that contract has been entered into, the two parties have been committed to that particular contract. The entity is committed in terms of supplying goods, in terms of providing services, and the customer is committed in terms of paying the purchase consideration. Then in that case, we say a contract has been what? Entered into. So therefore, that is the first step or the first thing which need to be done by an entity for the entity to be able to do what? To recognize revenue from contract with customer. Identify the contract with who? With the customer. Number two is that the entity will then need to proceed and identify the performance obligation. The performance obligation. We need to proceed and do what? Identify the performance what? Obligation in the contract. In the contract. So what do you mean by performance obligation? Performance obligation here, we are talking of what is expected of the entity in such a contract. So automatically, once an entity enter into a contract with a customer, the obligation of the entity entails supplying some goods, entails providing certain services, or even entails selling an asset. So that is the obligation of what? Of the entity. So the entity will need to determine what is its specific obligation as far as that particular contract with the customer is what? Is concerned. So then the other step number 3 is that the entity will then need to proceed and determine something called the transaction price. Transaction price. Transaction price as far as that particular contract is what? Is concerned. Determine the transaction price. So in this case, when we talk about the transaction price, we are talking of the purchase consideration which is to be paid by a customer once the goods are supplied to a customer or once services are provided to a customer. So what is the customer expected to pay in that particular what? In that particular contract. So once the entity has been able to do that, then step number 4 is that the entity will need to proceed and allocate the transaction price. The transaction price to performance obligation. To performance what? Obligation. To performance obligation. What that means is that the entity allocate the transaction price to the performance obligation. Mostly, this happens whereby an entity which has entered into a contract with a customer, that entity is expected maybe to perform some obligations, which, for example, can take a substantial period of time for them to be completed. For example, in a construction contract, a company may secure a construction contract with a customer, and maybe that construction contract will take a period of 3 years for it to be completed. So the contract price now which is to be paid must then be allocated to the period or to the 3 years which now an entity will have to take for it to be able to do what? To complete that particular contract with who? With customer. So therefore, step number 4 we are saying here is that the entity should proceed and do what? Allocate the transaction price to the performance what? Obligation. And finally, which is now step number 5. Step number 5 is that the entity now will have to recognize what? Will have to recognize the revenue, but now the revenue can only be recognized once the performance obligation has been what? Satisfied. So therefore, step number 5, we can say that this entails doing what? This entails recognizing revenue, or we can talk of recognition of revenue. Recognition of revenue as performance obligation, is satisfied. As performance obligation is what? Is satisfied. So that is the last step here. The entity to do what? to recognize now the revenue, but that revenue can only be recognized once the performance obligation has been what? Satisfied. Remember, we have said performance obligation. This one entails doing what? This one entails supplying goods. Supplying goods. So once an entity has supplied now the good to the customer, so in such a case we say the performance obligation has been satisfied, or the performance obligation will entail providing services. Providing what? Services. So once those particular services have been provided, then what the entity will do is basically to go ahead and do what? Recognize now the revenue. So therefore, those are the 5 steps which need to be followed by an entity as set out under IFRS 15, and basically refer to this as 5-step model, 5-step model for revenue recognition. Equally, there was a question which was tested on this. There was a question which was tested on this. It was basically asking about the steps, the 5-step model. You actually describe the 5-step model as set out under IFRS 15. So also I give this particular question here as an assignment. This was a question in the sitting of November 2019, and this was question 3A. So that question was requiring the candidates to do what? To describe the 5-step model followed by an entity in recognizing revenue, and that question had 10 marks because you had to explain those 5 steps. 5 steps set out under IFRS 15. So that's basically the other thing which is important for you to know as far as IFRS 15 is what is a concern. Now, in the introduction part, I said that IFRS 15 has set out now the rules to be followed by the entity in recognizing revenue from various contracts with what? With customers. As per the syllabus, we need to look on the various rules to be followed by an entity when the entity is recognizing revenue from contract with customers, and those contracts include what? Hire purchase, include something called the consignment, and then include something known as what? The construction contract. I want us to start by looking on how revenue is recognized under hire purchase contract. Under hire purchase contract. So we can look on the application of IFRS 15 in the following contract with customers. Application of IFRS 15. IFRS 15, and we start by looking on how this particular standard applies. Number 1, in what we refer as hire purchase contract. Hire purchase contract. So first of all, when we talk about a hire purchase contract, this is a contract between an entity or the owner of an asset and another person who is called the hirer, whereby the hirer or the owner of the asset transfer the possession of the goods now to the hirer, and the hirer agree to pay the price on installment basis. And also on the other hand, we say that the hirer has the option to do what? To hire the goods or to purchase the goods. To purchase what? The goods. So even before you look on how the revenue should be recognized from this particular contract, we can just say that HP contract, hire purchase contract, is a contract, or we can just say HP is a contract. HP hire purchase is a contract. Where the owner of goods transfer possession of goods to hirer. That is the other party in a hire purchase contract, to hirer, and the hirer pays the price the price on installment basis. On installment basis. What that means is that in a hire purchase contract, the hirer here will always pay the price on installment basis. But on the other hand, we are saying here in hire purchase, the owner of the asset only transfer the possession. If you buy some goods through hire purchase, that means that the possession of the goods and not the ownership. The possession of the goods now will be transferred to you. You commit yourself to pay the price on installment basis, and the ownership of the goods will only pass to you once you have exercised the option to purchase. You exercise the option to purchase the goods once you clear all the installments. Once you clear all the installments, that is the only time you have exercised the option to do what? To purchase. So therefore, according to this particular standard here, that is IFRS 15, revenue arising from hire purchase contract should only be recognized once the hirer has exercised the option to purchase the goods. So the customer exercised the option to purchase the goods once he has cleared all the installment. Once he has cleared all the installment, that's the only time an entity should recognize what? A contract, should recognize revenue from such what? From such a contract. And therefore, in this case, we can say revenue from this contract, is only recognized when the control of goods is transferred to the customer. In this case, remember, the customer is the person we are referring to as the hirer. So the revenue here should be recognized when the control of the goods is transferred to the customer. So in this case, we have said the control of the goods now is the control of the goods is transferred to the customer once the customer exercises the option to purchase. So in this case, we say control is transferred when the customer exercise option to do what? To buy the goods. Equally, we have said that the customer exercises the option to buy the goods once the customer pay all the installment. Pay the installment, i.e. Pays all installment. Pays all what? Installment. That is very, very important, that once an entity sells some goods through hire purchase, that entity should not recognize revenue until the customer has exercised the option to do what? To purchase. Exercising the option to purchase means that the customer has cleared all the installment. And the reason why that is the case is because once the customer has paid a number of installments, not all of them, and maybe he fails to pay some of the installment, then the owner of the asset can do what? Can repossess back those particular goods. And therefore, if the revenue was recognized, you can see then an entity may need to reverse that revenue which was already what? Recognized, because now the goods have been what? Have been recovered, have been repossessed. So therefore, that is now the rules set out under IFRS 15 as far as revenue recognition from this particular contract is what? Is concerned. Let's proceed and look on how revenue should be recognized under the other contract with the customer. Yes, number 2, let's look on the application of IFRS 15 in another contract with the customer, which is known as consignment sales. Consignment sales. So what do you mean by consignment sales? When talk about the consignment sales, mostly this applies now to the sale of motor vehicles whereby manufacturers of motor vehicles, maybe you can take a good example of Toyota Kenya and so on, manufacture a number of motor vehicles. They deliver those particular motor vehicles now to the various car dealers, who should then look for customers and then sell those particular cars. So now a question arises here. When should the manufacturer, for example, Toyota Kenya, recognize now the revenue? Is it the time when a number of motor vehicles are transferred to a car dealer? Or is it the time when the car dealer is able to get a customer and sell the car? So now IFRS 15 comes in here and basically has provided some rules regarding when the revenue should be recognized in such a sales arrangement, arrangement. But even before we look on how the revenue should be recognized, so it is important, first of all, we define what is a consignment, and basically in this case we have said that this is a contract where the consigner in this case I've said is manufacturer, and I think we can just use a good example of what Toyota Kenya. Toyota Kenya is basically a manufacturer of various motor vehicles. The consigner do what? Transfers goods to a consignee. So in this case, I've said that when we talk about now the consignee, we are talking of the car dealers. Car dealers, these are those companies which sells motor vehicles to its customers, transfers goods now to consignee, who holds them for sale. Who holds them for what? For sale. Who holds them for sale to the end user, or basically now to the customer. Now, in this case, we are saying a question arises here: when should this consignor here recognize the revenue? Is it the time he has transferred the goods now to the consignee, or is it the time the consignee has been able to do what? To sell the goods now to the customer? It is also important, even before you look on the what IFRS 15 says about the revenue recognition there, it is also important to note that these two parties here, that is the consignor, for example, Toyota Kenya, once they deliver various cars now to the car dealers, always there is an agreement that if the consignee is not able to sell those particular cars within a given period of time, maybe six months or 3 months, so what happens is that those particular cars are repossessed by the manufacturer. Are repossessed by who? By the manufacturer. So therefore, according to this particular standard here, IFRS 15, the consignor, who is now the manufacturer, in our case the manufacturer of motor vehicle, should only recognize revenue once the control of the goods have been transferred to the end user. To the end user, or the end user in our case is who? Is the customer. So the moment now the consignee, the car dealer, has been able to get a customer and has gone ahead and sold those particular cars now to the customer, that is the only time the consignor should be able to do what? To recognize revenue. To recognize what? Revenue. So in this case, we say that IFRS 15 requires revenue in such a contract to be recognized when the control of the goods is transferred to end user. The end user in this case, we have said, is the customer. By who? By consignee. By the consignee. So that means that once the consignee, for example, a car dealer, is able to secure or is able to get a customer, and basically the consignee has gone further and basically sold those particular goods or those particular cars now to the customer, that is the only time now the manufacturer should be able to do what? Should be able to recognize that, as what? As a revenue. But until such time, the manufacturer or basically the consignor should continue accounting for those goods which have been transferred to the consignee as part of the inventory. As part of what? Of the inventory. So equally, I think it is important for us to mention that, and we say until goods are sold by the consignee, until goods are sold by consignee, comma, the consignor should recognize them as part of inventory. Should recognize them as part of what? Of the inventory. So that's basically what is set out regarding revenue recognition under what IFRS the consignment sales, under what IFRS what? IFRS 15. So that is very, very important. So I want us, we stop at that point. Once we come back in the next lesson, we are going to look on the application of IFRS 15 in something called the construction contract. So see you in the next lesson.
Hello learners, today we'll continue with a series of our lectures in financial management. We've been considering the topic in cost of capital, the cost of capital. And in our last lesson, we looked at an illustration in which we were calculating the weighted average cost of capital. And we say that weighted average cost of capital is an average of the various categories that will exist or be found in the cost of in the capital structure. So the different components of cost of capital we determine the average, and we gave the procedure for calculating the weighted average cost of capital. And before that, we had identified the formula for weighted average cost of capital, and we say that this cost is an aggregate of the cost of capital plus V. This is the, so we considered the formula, and the first element, as you can see here, component, is the cost of equity. Then we add the cost of preference shares, P over V, plus the cost of debt, D over V. So with this formula, you are able to determine the weighted average cost of capital, where KE is the cost of equity, KP cost of preference shares, KD cost of debt. And E, P, and D is the market value for equity, market value for preference shares, and market value for debt. And V is the total market value of the various components in the capital structure. So with this formula, we illustrated, we did an illustration which enabled us to apply this formula. I remember we say that in computing the weighted average cost of capital, there are 3 steps. Step number 1, we computed or calculated, is to calculate. First step, need to calculate the specific cost, we determine the cost of, we calculated, the first step is to, in calculating the weighted average cost of capital, the first step is to calculate, the cost of specific sources of capital. Step number 2 is the calculation or determination of the market values of sources of capital. All right. Then number 3, we say that the last step is to multiply the cost of specific sources with the weights. Multiply the cost of specific sources with the weights, and the weights are based on the market values of the specific sources of capital. So there are 3 stages. Today we will be looking at another illustration. Illustration number 2, and I read it. The following is the capital structure of Zaituni Limited as at 31st December 2016. Ordinary share capital 10% par value 400 million. Retained earnings 200 million. 10% preference share capital 20% par value 100 million. 12% debenture 100 shillings par value 200 million. Additional information. Corporation tax is 30%. Number 2. Preference shares were issued 10 years ago and are still selling at par value. Number 3. The debenture has a 10-year maturity period. It is currently selling at 90 shillings in the market. Number 4. Currently, the firm has been paying dividend per share of 5 shillings. The dividend per share is expected to grow at 5% per annum in future. The current market price is 40 shillings. Required. A. Determine the weighted average cost of capital of the firm. So that is the question. Determine the weighted average cost of capital of the firm. So the first thing to do is, as I said last time, you need to master the formula. The formula for weighted average cost of capital is equal to cost of capital times the weight, cost of equity times the weight, cost of debt times the weight. So you can now proceed with step number 1. Step 1 is to calculate the cost of specific sources of capital. Now in this question, there are various sources, specific sources. The first one is ordinary share capital. The next is the cost of preference share capital. Then we have cost of debentures. we have the cost of debenture. So we need to determine the cost of specific sources of capital. One specific source is equity. So what is the cost of equity? Cost of equity, KE, is equal to, remember we say that there are two categories of farms, zero growth farm and constant growth farm. If it is a zero growth farm, then we will use a zero growth farm model. If it is a constant farm, then we will apply the constant growth rate dividend model to determine the cost of equity. In this case, looking at this question, note number 4, we are informed that currently the farm has been paying dividend per share of 5 shillings. The dividend is expected to grow at 5% per annum in future. So in this case, the question is straightforward. We will use the constant growth rate dividend model to determine the cost of equity. And in this model, cost of equity is equal to the dividend, expected dividend, denoted as D1, over the market price, PO, right, plus G. So with this, we apply 100. This will give us the cost of equity, where D1 is the expected dividend. So going back to the question, the question, note number 4, we are informed that the farm has been paying dividend per share of 5 shillings. 5 shillings has been paying. So that is the current dividend per share. So the current dividend per share, current DPS, which is denoted as D naught, is equal to 5 shillings. But remember here, the formula is D1, which is the expected dividend per share. D1 is supposed to be the expected dividend per share, not the current dividend per share. But with the information that we have, we can determine D1. And as I informed you earlier, D1 is equal to D naught into 1 plus G. To 1 plus G. All right? That is how to determine the expected dividend. So the expected dividend per share is equal to the current dividend per share, all right? Current dividend per share times 1 plus G. Just repeated it, which is the same as D1 is equal to D naught into 1 plus G. So our D naught is 5 shillings into 1 plus G. The growth rate is 0.5. 0 is 5%, which is equivalent to 0.05. Converting 5% into decimal, we have 0.05. So the expected dividend should be 5 into 1.05, 5.25. 5.25 shillings. 5 shillings and 25 cents. So that is the expected dividend. Now we can now proceed to determine our KE. So therefore, KE, substituting these variables in the formula, will be equal to the expected dividend of 5.25 over the market value of this share, which is 40 shillings, plus G, which is 0.05 times 100. So this will be equal to, calculator, 5.25 divide 40 is equal to 0.13125 plus 0.05 times 100. So our cost of equity here is 18.13%. So that is how you determine the cost of equity. Cost of equity is 18.13. Then the second, this is the first component or category. The second category is the cost of preference share capital. Cost of preference share capital. And this is abbreviated as KP. And KP is equal to DP over PO times 100, where DP is the dividend per share. Dividend per share. In additional information number 2, preference shares were issued 10 years ago and are still selling at par value. So the par value is 20 shillings. The par value is 20 shillings. And remember the coupon rate, or the rate, the dividend rate here is from the question 10%. So DP, or dividend per share, will be the 10% times the par value. The par value times the par value of 20 shillings. Par value of 20 shillings. That will give us the dividend per share. The dividend per share for this preference share capital is 10%. And for you to arrive at the dividend per share, you multiply that with the par value, which is given the question. And remember, we've been informed that since the in note number 2, we are told that preference shares were issued 10 years ago and are still selling at par value, which means the market value, the market per share is equal to the par value. The market price per share is equal to par value. It was bought 10 years ago at 20 shillings and it still remains at 20 shillings. Still remains at 20 shillings. So this will be the cost of preference share capital. So we have 2%, 10% of 20 is 2%. So we have it 2 divide 20 times 100. So the cost of equity is 10%. 10%. Cost of equity, cost of preference share is 10%. So the other component here is the cost of debt. cost of debentures. Cost of debentures. And in note number 3, we have the information in regard to the debentures. We are told that debenture has a 10-year maturity period. It is currently selling at 90 shillings in the market. Currently selling at 90 shillings in the market. So we know the formula for redeemable debentures. So before you go to the formula, you need first of all to check if the debenture is redeemable or irredeemable, because the formula for determination of the cost of redeemable debentures is different from the one for irredeemable debentures. In this question, these debentures are redeemable after 10 years. So the third, this is number 2. Number 3, we are talking about the cost of redeemable debentures. Redeemable debentures, KD. And we saw in our last lesson that KD is equal to interest plus 1 over n into m minus VD over 1/2 m plus VD. So this is the cost of debt before tax. After tax, we apply 1 minus T, where T is the corporation tax. So from this question, what is the interest? The interest per debenture. Then N is the number of years to maturity. M is the par value of the debenture. VD is the market value of the debenture. So from the question, what is the interest? The interest is given at 12%, 12%, which means we can apply the 12% on the par value of 100 shillings per debenture. So 12%. So the interest here, interest is equal to 12% times the par value of 100 shillings. That will give us the interest. N is equal to the number of years to maturity, and we have it at 10 years. M is the par value, and the par value for this debenture is 100 shillings. VD is the market value. The market value, we are told that it is currently selling at 90 shillings in the market. The selling at 90 shillings in the market. So we have all the variables, and the T is 30%. So with these variables, we can now apply the formula. KD is equal to the interest. The interest is 12% of 100 shillings. That is 12% of 100 shillings. That will give us the interest. The interest is 12% times 100, and it's 12 shillings. So the interest here is 12 shillings. So the interest rate is 12. So we apply the 12 on the par value, which is 100 shillings, the par value. So we have it at 12 plus 1 over n. Our n is the number of years, which is 10 years, into M is the par value 100 shillings, minus the market value 90 shillings, close the bracket, divide that by a half into M 100 minus N minus 100 minus 90. Then of course here we apply 1 minus T, which is equivalent to 0.7. So this remains the work of a calculator. We apply the calculator there. We calculate so that the numerator there, 10%, we're talking about 1 over 10, that is 100 minus 90 times 0.1. So this is 1, 10 times that is 1 plus 1 plus 12 is equal to 13. 13 divide by 13, we divide 13 is the cost of debt. The cost of debt. So that is the first step. The first step is to calculate the cost of specific sources of capital, and that is what we have done. That is what we have done. Specific. We've determined the cost of specific sources of capital, and we have seen that KE is KE 18.13%, KP, cost of preference shares, is equal to 10%. It's 10%, and KD is equal to 9.58%. 9.58%. That is the first step. Then the second step is to calculate the calculation of the market values of the sources of capital. Market values of the sources of capital. The market values of the sources of capital. So that is the second stage. And we can do that in a table. Can come up with a table to determine the market values. And the market values will be determined depending on the information given in the question. If you are given the market values per share, then what you need to do is to determine the number of shares, then apply the number of shares. You multiply the number of shares. Multiply the number of shares by the market price per share. The market price per share. For example, in this question, we've been given the market values of the specific sources. So the market values for the specific sources will be equal to the market price per share times the number of ordinary shares. Times the number of ordinary shares. So I prefer having this in a table so that we have a column for the source of capital, then another column for the market values, market values, and here we determine the market values by applying market price per share times number of shares. That's what we'll do. So we start with equity. Equity is the first source. So what is the market price? The market price for ordinary share capital is 40 shillings. So we have 40 shillings times the number of shares. That will be equal to 400,000 divided by the par value. The par value of equity is 10 shillings. So that will be the market value. Still at 100,000. There is no change. So we are not going to make any calculation because since 10 years ago, the par value has not increased. So the market value is the same as the par value. Then we have lastly debentures. Debentures, the market price for debentures is at 90. We multiply with that with the number of debentures. How do we determine number of debentures? We divide the par value for debentures by the market we divide the par value of the debentures by the debenture amount per debenture. We divide the par value for debenture, total value for debenture, by the amount for debenture. So the par value per debenture, we have the we are given 200,000 shillings. 200,000 shillings. We are going to divide the value for debenture, which is 200,000 shillings, total value for debentures, divide by the value per debenture. The value market, the par value per debenture is 100,000. I mean 100 shillings. This is 100 shillings. So that will give us the market value per the market value for the specific sources. And this you need to remember always. Where the market values are not given, this is the formula. Take the market price per share or per debenture, multiply with the number of shares. So we can now calculate the market values, starting with equity. Number of shares will be 400,000 divided by par value of 10. So here we have 40,000 shares times the market price per share of 40 shillings times 40. This is equal to 1.6 million. Then for debentures, the number of debentures, take the 200,000, divide the par value per debenture, 100. I have here 2,000 debentures. Multiply the number of debentures by the market price per debenture of 90 will be equal to 180,000. 180,000. So we get the total market value of the sources of capital, which is equal to 1.6 million plus 100 plus 180. 180. 180. This is 1,880,000. So this will be the total market value. The total market value. Now with this total market value, we can now determine the weights. We can determine the weights. And how do you determine the weights? Simply take the market value for specific source, divide with the total market value. For instance, the equity weight will be equal to 1.6 million divide 1,880,000. 1,880,000. The weight here is 0.85. 0.85. For preference shares, 100,000 divide 1880, 0.5. 0. This is 0.05. 0.05. Then lastly, 180 divide 1880. I get here 0. This is 0. Rounding off, this will be 0.1. 0.1. This is 0.1. 0.10. 0.10. So these are the weights. The weights. Then of course we need another column for the after-tax cost of the specific sources, which we had obtained in our first step. This we had calculated in our first step. KE 18.13, 18.13%. And of course we had our KP of 10%, 10%. Then lastly KD 9.58%, 9.58%. So these are the after-tax costs. The after-tax costs. So that is very important, because remember, we are determining weighted average cost of capital in stages. The first stage is to calculate the cost of specific sources, which we did. Number 2, calculation of the market values, which you have determined. Then number 3, multiply the cost of specific source with the weights. Okay, so determining the weighted average cost of capital. Here we have the weighted average cost of capital. We are saying multiply the cost times the weight, then we will aggregate. So we have the cost times the weight. So the cost times the weight, we multiply the weight with the cost. So 0.85 times 18.13. So I have here 15.41. Next, 0.05 times 10. I have here 0.5. Then lastly, 0.1 times 9.58. This will be equal to 0. This is 0.95 will be equivalent to 1.0. So we can now aggregate to arrive at our WACC. Aggregate, get the total. 15.41 plus 0.5 plus 1. So the weighted average cost is 16.91. 16.91. This is the weighted average cost of capital for these firms. So this is how you determine the weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital. That is the column for equity. This column for the row for preference share capital, and the row for debentures. Row for debentures. So that is how to determine the weighted average cost of capital. So the weighted cost of capital is 16.91, and I've just used a table, but it's still the same concept. Remember, this is the formula. K E over V plus. All right. So this K E over V is what we have determined here, because we have multiplied the weight by the cost, which is the same thing here. The weight by the cost plus weight times cost plus weight times cost. So plus plus plus, we have added 15.41 plus 0.5 plus 1.0 to arrive at 16.91. So that is how to calculate the weighted average cost of capital. There are how many stages? 3 stages. 3 steps. Step number 1, calculate cost of specific sources of capital. Step number 2, calculate the market values of sources of capital. Then lastly, multiply the cost of specific source with the weights. Just 2 things. You just need the weight and cost of capital. The weight and cost of capital. The weight and cost of capital. So that is now the end of that subtopic on weighted average cost of capital. We have demonstrated, we have illustrated 2 illustrations, step by step, step by step. So as a good student, I send you to go revise, practice. This is a common area in examination. If you are to check our revision partner, under the cost of capital, we have listed the questions as they have been examined by the examiner. So go to that section on cost of capital, attempt all the questions, then you mark, because the answers are at the back of the book. Make sure you practice all the questions and mark. Where you have challenges, we have also developed videos under our block revision series. All the questions in the revision partner, that is the past paper questions, have been solved in a topical manner in our block revision series. But before you go to that series, I advise you to make sure that you attempt the questions on your own, so that where you have challenges, then we'll be able to help you out, solve the areas that are most challenging. Thank you very much. We proceed with our next lesson next time.
Welcome to our another lesson on Introduction to Microsoft Excel. In our previous lesson, we started on working on how to work with basic formulas and functions in Excel. We looked at the formulas, among them addition, we looked at subtraction, we looked at division, we looked at multiplication, and we also looked at power in cells. So these are the formulas that we looked at last time that we had a lesson. Today, I want us to pick up from where we left and talk about more formulas about the same thing. We are going to talk about average. We are going also to talk about maximum. These are now statistical formulas. We are going to talk about minimum. How do you get the minimum value? We are going to talk about count. We are going to talk about mode. And we are also going to talk about some more formulas here. We are going to talk about standard deviation. Standard deviation, and maybe before I forget, there's also median that is to be done under the statistical formulas on basic formulas in Excel here. So this is what we want to cover, and it will be an extension of the work that you already have. Remember, we had this particular work that we used on our formulas last time. So this one is going to be an extension of what we already covered in our previous lesson. Let us begin by looking at average. So how do you get the average of some marks that you have with you? So average is operated the same way as what we did in the other formulas like addition and also getting the product. So you can average in cell. You can also be able to average in range. Let us start by averaging in cell. Of course, every formula is preceded with an equal sign. Then average. Then you double click on average, that will appear there. Then you can click on the cell that you want, or you can type it manually. So in our case, let us click on, we want to get the average of Tom. So I'll click on 65. Then now we separate them with commas. So 65, then comma, 84, then comma, 70, then comma, 76. And if that is the end, you close the bracket, shift and the sign of closing the bracket on the keyboard. After that, you enter, and it will give you the average for Tom for all the units as 73.5. So this is the average, and you can be able to copy it down all the way to the last one, which is not Juliet. I believe there is something wrong there. On our product in our previous class, I believe we might have included wrong items. Let me just confirm what we did. Okay, that seems to be okay. It's all fine. So up to the last one, who is Tony. So we've gotten the average of Tom all the way to the average of Tony. I can undo, and I can start again by getting the average. Of course, equal sign, then average. You double click on the average. Then after double clicking on the average, you can type manually like B10. You can see it's highlighted, comma, C10, comma. But that's a long way. If you want to move faster, you just click on them. So 65, comma on the keyboard, 84, comma, 70, comma. Remember, if you want to jump one, you can always jump. Assuming that you never wanted the one for auditing, you can always jump and you click on the last one. So this one is now excluded in your average for that particular period, and you can see the average has reduced. So there's also another way, of course, average in range. So again, average, and you just select average in range. You select up to where you want, up to 76, then shift and you close the bracket. So that is average in range. Then you enter to get 73.5, from which you can be able to drag down your formula all the way to what you want, up to Tony, and you'll get all your averages for that particular student. You can also get average here, if you so wish, average and equal sign, or let us use now the other aspects. You can go to the formula place, AutoSum. If you see average, you click on average. There's average here, but this one will pick everything. You can see up to the next place where there's nothing. So this one majorly picks everything, but you can be able to highlight up to where you want, that is up to Tony, and it will give you everything that you want. If you enter, of course, the average is 66.60. You can undo, and again in the formulas you can use the insert function. You click on insert function. What do you want? You want average. Like that. So go, and you will see average highlighted here. Just click on it. Okay. Then you confirm whether B17 to B19 is what you want. B17 is just 15 subtraction, then B19 is just this one. So it's wrong. It means you can deduct, or you can do away with it and select whatever you want to get the average of. So you just select. You can see it is moving all the way to Tony, and your average is set. So the average is set. Once you have done the correct thing, you click on OK, and you can see the answer is still 66.6. So whichever approach you use, of course, the average is still going to be the same as in any other case. Average, you can see the answer is still 66.6. So you then drag across all the way to MA, so that you can have your average up to MA. So that is the average of those particular items. Having done the average, the next thing is maximum. Now we want to do maximum. What is the maximum? Maximum is the same as highest. So we are looking for the highest value in our set of data under financial accounting. So equal sign, then max. So you look for the function of max. This one returns the largest value in a set of values, and it ignores values and logical values and texts. Of course, this one is max. Then which one is the highest value? The highest value up to there. Then you close the bracket. This one gives you 88. So you can see in this set of data up to here, 88 is the highest value which has been returned by this. So if you copy across, it also gives you the other highest values in, like in this case is 84. In this case, you can see it's 70 is the highest value here. In this case, the highest value can clearly be seen to be 76, of course. So that is highest value using max. What about lowest value? How do you get the lowest value? Of course, when using the lowest value or getting the lowest value, you use mean. So we are going to use mean to be able to get the lowest value. And again, you highlight all the way to this one. And the lowest value there is that one. So the lowest value is 50. The formula is saying that it's 50. Let us see. The lowest value, indeed, 50. Here there is nothing, so it cannot count that. So 50 is the lowest value. There are two 50s, so we'll just pick any. What about these other cases? You can drag across and get your lowest value. Again, here they are saying it's 50. Let us confirm. The lowest value is indeed 50 from this set of data. It is 50. What about 34 here? Is the lowest value 34? Indeed, yes. The lowest value is 34 from this set of data. Even here, of course, the lowest value is 24 from this set of data. It is 24. So that is the lowest. If you want to get the lowest value using minimum. Now we want to move to median. How do you get the middle value? Middle value, of course, we'll be using median. Equal sign, then we do median. So you double click on the median and you can be able to get the lowest value in that set of data, median. And that is median. Is it the median? Of course, when getting the median, Excel arranges from the lowest to the largest and then accesses the median value. So if you arrange these items from the lowest to the largest, the median value will be 65. So let us copy across and see which is the median value in the other cases. You can see the median value in these other cases here. So that is median, which helps us to get the middle value or the midpoint. So after the median value, we can also be able to get mode. Mode simply refers to the most occurring. So most occurring, that is mode. Most occurring. So let us see how do you get the most occurring in mode. So you can see mode. The function is available for compatibility. This one returns the most frequent occurring or repetitive value in any array or range of data. So this one returns the most occurring. So again, we want to select here and get the most occurring in a set of data. And the most occurring that set of data is 50. Let us see if 50 is most occurring from here to here. Yes, 50 occurs twice. So 50 is the most occurring. If you copy across, you can see that it gives you 50 again here. And indeed, 50 is the most occurring, 50 and 50. But here, the answer is not available. That means there is no most occurring. So there is no most occurring here. There is no figure that is repeating itself in this set of data. So there is no most occurring. Even here, there is no figure that appears more than once. So there is no most occurring in this set of data. So that's why the answer here is not available. And indeed, that is the that is the correct answer, not available. After that, you move to another formula. After most occurring, which is mod, we can be able to get the standard deviation. Standard deviation. Of course, standard deviation is equal sign then STDEV. That is the formula that you use for standard deviation. What is standard deviation? You can see it says estimates the standard deviation based on the sample. It ignores the logical values and text in the sample. So that we want to get the standard deviation of this set of data from here moving the way to this place. Then you close the bracket and this will give you a B10 to B15. If you enter, it returns the standard deviation as what you can see there. So that is the standard deviation. If you copy across, it gives you the other standard deviations from the other set of data there. So those are the other statistical formulas, basic of course for beginners, that you can be able to use in your work. You can be able to use to manage your work, either if you are a student or if you are working somewhere. These are the functions that are usually used when doing a lot of statistical and also mathematical tasks. There's an Excel file that is attached below the video description, which will use for your assignment. So make sure that you go through it and redo almost everything that you've done, almost everything that we've gone through in this particular lesson. Thank you, and see you in our next lesson.
Hello student, my name is Isaac Jogona, and welcome once again to Manifested Publishers. And last time we did a lesson on loan amortization, and I also gave you a question, or rather an assignment. I want us to look on it. So in this case, let's once again open our Excel. Click start, or rather we just write Excel at the start button. We write Excel. We open our Excel that way. So in that case, let's first do a recap of what we ran. So I open where we saved the last lesson. So I just click File, Open. We saved it. We can click here, Browse. We saved it on desktop. So we check the desktop here. Check the desktop. Our folder was called Data Analytics. That is, then loan amortization. Let's open. So this is what we covered last unit, which our question was: an investor borrowed a 6-year loan amounting to 1.8 million at annual rate of 12%. We are required to prepare a loan amortization, and in that case, this is what we did. We captured what we are given, that is the interest. We are given the number of years, the amount borrowed. So what we did, we used this formula, that is a present value interest annuity factor. so that we are able to find the installment. So that's what we did last week, and from the schedule here you can see we borrowed 1.8, and by the end of 6 years we are able to complete our debt of 8.8. So that's why now by the end of the year we had 0. So what we said very important is this formula, that is the formula used, which is equals into bracket 1 minus into bracket 1 plus r less power n, all that divided by r. So from our question that we gave you last time is that an investor borrowed a 9-year loan amounting 3.6 million at annual rate of 13%. So you are required to prepare a monthly loan amortization schedule. And like this one that we did, so this is now monthly. So we have a 9-year. So 9 years, how many months? So meaning that this person is paying installment on monthly basis. So what you are going to do, this lesson that we did, let's say we are going to rename it. We rename, let's just we call it loan amortization. Let's say we call it that is loan amortization. Then we open a new sheet, so we click plus. So in that case, what you're going to do, let's just copy our question. So right click, copy. So I paste it in this other sheet. I just paste it somewhere here. Just paste it. So now we have our question. Our question here it is, and that is our assignment, that an investor borrowed a 9-year loan amounting 3.6 million at annual rate of 13%. We are required to prepare a loan amortization schedule. So just as we did with the other one, we're going to do the same. For that, let's now this one sheet, we right click, rename. Let's we call it assignment. We call it that is a assignment. Then in that case we prepare our schedule here. Just do it here at somewhere center. So we increase the size a little bit so that it is visible. Here we have the interest again. Going to have the interest. After the interest, also you have number of years, number of, now it is month, not years, number of months. Then after that, we have increase the size a little bit. Number of months. Then resize it a little bit here. So after number of months, now we have the amount borrowed. Is amount borrowed. The amount borrowed. Then after that we have the, also you're going to have a formula here, that is a present value interest factor of annuity. Then also you're going to have the installment. So you're going to have now the installment. So here, the other one you had here, so here this is now months, and we have after months we have the month, we have the balance brought down, still after balance brought down, we have the interest. In this case, that is the interest amount. The interest. Then after the interest, we have the installment. Alright, installment. Can just double click here so that it fits. Then after installment, we have the balance carried down. So in that case, the interest rate you are given is 13%. The interest rate you are given is 13%. We write it there, 13%. Then number of months. So in this case, we have the number of months. We just write equals. We have said prepare a monthly loan amortization. So it is a 9-year. So it is 9 times 12. You have 12 months. So the number of months is 108 months. Rather, the period is 108. So the amount we borrowed is 3,600,000. 3,600,000. Then now that's our question. That's what we have. So in this case, the month it's 1, 2. So in this case, instead of writing 3 all the way to 108, you just need to write the first two. Write the first two. You highlight those 1 and 2. Then you autofill all the way to 108. You autofill all the way to 108. Autofill all the way to 108. There it is, all the way to 108. Now here we have 108. So in that case, so that you are able to see it well, let me just highlight it. Then we put the borders. You see the border, we can go to alignment, border. We took a thick one, click outline and inside. So that is our table, the way it looks like. So now the months here is 108. What about rate? This rate is annual rate of 13%. Still, this rate we need to convert it on monthly basis. So we are not going to use 13% there. So we are going to say it is equals 13%. That is 13%. You divide by 12. 13% you divide by 12. So in this case, it's showing it's been loaded. So here we can use at least a decimal place of 2, or rather let's use 3. So our interest rate, that is it, 1.083%. That is our interest rate. So I repeat, I've said that it is equals, just as you can look here on the formula bar, it is equals 13% you divide by 2. At least I have rounded it to 3 decimal places, since when you don't round, it will remain to be 1, which will have some marginal errors. So after that, the formula remain the same, which in this case we are using the present value interest annuity factor. So So in this case, we come and write equals, open the bracket, which is a 1 minus into bracket 1 plus R. So you click the interest rate, which is 1.083, close the bracket, least power negative n. N is a number of months, which is 108, and then all that you close the bracket, you divide by R. So that is it, you divide by R. Then that is the present value interest factor of annuity. So then installment to be equals the amount borrowed divide by present value interest factor of annuity, then enter. So that is 56,712.916. So from there, the balance brought down to be equals what we borrowed, which is 3.6 million. Then the interest to be equals our interest rate, here it is, times the amount brought forward for the first year. Then also we say that we lock, so we click this, we lock the interest rate part, shift 4 in between G, enter, and then the installment is the installment, you click that one, enter, which is 512.916. So also we make it a constant, we lock it, make it a constant, we lock it, enter. Then what will be the balance carried down? The balance carried down, it will be equals the balance brought down for the first year plus the interest minus what you paid, enter. So that is 358.2287.08. Then the balance carried brought down for the second year to be equals the balance carried down for the first year. Then the interest, it is equals, the interest equals, our interest is this 1.083, that one times the amount brought down for the second year, enter. Once again we lock, shift 4 and also shift 4 in between G, enter. Then from there the installment remain the same, so you click there, enter. So also we lock our installment, in that manner, enter. Then the balance carried down for the second year, equals, and this one minus, or rather that one plus interest amount for the second year minus the installment for the second year, enter. So from the first example we say that you have to do the first, so this is for the second month, not for the first year, it is now you are talking of month, not year. You have done the first month and you have done the second month. So having done that, you come and highlight this law of second one, then you autofill. So you have to do the first one and the second one. You have to do the first one and second one. Make sure that you have locked the interest rate so that this 1.083 remain constant. Also, the installment part, also make sure that it is locked, and you lock by putting the dollar sign, just as we have done. So after that, you highlight the second law like that. You autofill all the way to 108, all the way to 108. Then after that, we said when it appears this way, just highlight the whole of it once again. Highlight the whole of it once again, so that the number do not overflow. Highlight, then you format it to number. You can click here, you can see here Little General, you can click there, you just go to number direct. Just go to the number direct. So now you can see here, or rather if you don't want to do that, you shortcut, you can click number, then number, then OK. So by the end of 108th month, we have completed our loan, which was a 9-year loan paid on monthly basis, and the rate is 13%. I hope now you are very comfortable and you have understood the loan amortization. You have understood the loan amortization, whether it is monthly, whether it is monthly, or whether it is yearly. Also, you can break it down into weekly. You can also break down into weekly. You see, if you are paying on a weekly basis, how will you be able to do it? So in this case, I'm going to give you another assignment. And in this case, you're going to say that once again, and or let's say it's just a student borrowed. A student borrowed say borrowed 1 year loan amounting to 120,000, amounting to 120,000 at an annual rate of 14%, annual rate of 14%. So that is a student borrowed a 1 year loan amounting to 120,000, the annual rate of 14%. So you are required prepare a weekly loan amortization schedule. Prepare a weekly loan amortization schedule for the student. So in this case, that is our assignment. That is our assignment. Here it is. So that is a student borrowed a 1 year loan amounting to 120,000, the annual rate of 14%. So you are required to prepare a loan amortization schedule to prepare a weekly loan amortization schedule for the student. So kindly do that assignment. I hope you are very comfortable with loan amortization. Next time you're going still to learn various things under still the topic of financial management. Thank you very much. God bless you and have a nice time.
Hello learners, thank you for joining us today. We will continue with our discussion on risk and return, and we've made some progress under this topic. It is my hope that you are learning and that these lessons will go a long way in not only helping you pass your exams, but you will also be able to apply some of the theories, some of the principles that we are learning under the topic of investment. For example, in our previous lessons, we have made mention of the fact that if you have money and you want to invest your money, if you are working and you have income and you want to invest, we did say that there are two major categories of investments. Either you invest in the economic assets or the financial assets. If you invest in the financial assets, which comprise assets like shares, bonds, stocks, treasury bills, treasury notes, commercial paper, name them, those are financial assets, you are likely to get returns, return on investment. You can also choose to invest in physical assets, real assets, economic assets, capital goods. They are also known as capital goods. They comprise assets like buildings, motor vehicles, plants, animals. You can even buy, for example, animal like a cow. You can buy such physical assets, and you say that these physical assets or capital goods are used in the production of other goods and services. So broadly speaking, that's how we generate wealth. So we are learning all these principles not only for exams, but you will also be knowledgeable. Recently, I saw someone on national television telling people that if they put money in an envelope, money like these notes, that if you put 10,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, this is my money. I worked and I was paid this 10,000. So the individual was telling people that if you are to put, for example, this 10,000 in an envelope, that the 10,000 will yield 100 times in a week, 100 times in a week, meaning that after 1 week, the 10,000 will grow 100 times, meaning this would equal 1 million. Okay? That if you are to put 10,000 in an envelope, after 1 week, the 10,000 will grow to 1 million Kenya shillings. All right? And I thought that is a lie. It is a lie because investments, when you invest money, there is time okay, that elapses between when you invest the money and when you actually get a return. If you are to invest this money in equity shares, for example, you need to wait for a period of 12 months before you are paid dividend on that investment. If you are to pay debentures, you are to buy debentures in a company, then you also need to wait for about 1 year before the interest is received from that investment. So the reason why we are learning this is so that you can understand, so that no one tells you, cons you out of your money, no one robs you your money. You will understand some of these principles. If you are to buy land, okay, valued at 10,000, it takes time for land to appreciate in value. It takes time. It takes time. Those are physical assets. And even if you are to invest, I've given an example of the financial assets. Financial assets, e.g. equity share. These are ordinary share capital. If you are to buy ordinary share capital in a company, you have to wait until you receive either the dividend, which is an income, or what is called capital appreciation. Capital appreciation. So you can either invest in fixed assets, in financial assets, or economic assets. So it takes time. So that's what I'm saying. Try to relate what you are learning here with what is happening in real life, so that you are a knowledgeable person, you are able to assist others. Even if you are not interested in becoming wealthy, you be at least knowledgeable. Have knowledge, help people, so that people make the right decisions, people move forward. And I've given an example, and an example here. Another example would be the reason why you are learning, at least you are now appreciating that betting, which is prevalent in our era, in our age, or gambling. Betting and gambling should not be confused with investment. Should not be confused with investment. Later on, I'll be talking a bit about gambling and speculation, and how they differ from investment. How they differ from investment. So that is an important point right there. As you study, get knowledge, be knowledgeable. Okay? So today we proceed from where we stopped. Last time we were talking about measurement of risk, and we say that standard deviation is used to measure risk. Standard deviation is used to measure risk. Our topic is risk and return. Risk and return. So we continue by looking at more illustrations. Today you want to consider an illustration on how to calculate risk. Okay, risk. And we will use, first of all, our today's illustration, we are going to use past data. The first illustration will be in relation to past data. We want to use past data for two companies and see how we can calculate risk. So we can take an example of past data for 4 years on two securities. You can write here illustration. The past data, the past data for 4 years, the past data for 4 years, on two securities, A and B, two securities A and B, show that the yield, or let's say the yield or the yielded, show the yielded return, on investment as under. So the past data for 4 years on two securities A and B. Securities can be equity share, can be stock, can be a bond. Show that the yield return on investment as under. So we can have here a column for the year. These are 4 years. You can say from, say, 2013 to 2014, 2014 to 2015, 2015 to 2016, 2016 to 2017. These are the years. Then the return for security, the yield or return for security A to be, say, 15%, B the next year, say, 5%, next year 18%, following year 7%. The return security B, return for security B, we can put it first year 9%, second year 11%, third year 15%, fourth year 10%. So we are required to compute or calculate the average, return, calculate the average return offered by the two securities, and their relative riskiness, We have to compute the average return and the relative riskiness. So this is past data, okay, for two, is historical data for two securities as shown in the two columns. So we are expected to calculate, number one, the average return. Average return for security A will be equal to the total return, okay, over the number of years, will be equal to the total return cumulatively over total return over the number of years. That will give us the average. That will give us the average return. The average return. So the total here will be 15% plus 5% plus 18% plus 7% divided by 4 years. That will give us a return as a percentage. So we take the 15, add 5, add 18, add 7. So this divide by 4. So 20 plus 18 plus 7 divide by 4. So the average return is 11.25% for security A. Then the average return for security B will be equal to the 9% plus 11% plus 15% plus 10% over 4. This will be equal to 20 plus 15 plus 10 divided by 4. So the average return for the two securities to 11.25%. So both securities yield an average return of 11.25%. These are similar returns, a similar return for the two investments. So with the similar returns, with the two securities offering similar return, it's not easy to know which of the two is riskier than the other. Okay, so that's why we need to compute sorry, that's why we need to compute their relative riskness. We need to compute the risk for security A and security B. And how do you compute risk? We compute risk by calculating the standard deviation. The standard deviation for both the securities. Standard deviation for both the securities. So we come here, part B of the question. We start with security A, and we'll have the year, column for the years, column for the years. This is security A, security A, column for the years. So we have 20, 13 to 20, 14, 20, 14 to 20, 15, 20, 15 to 20, 16, 20, 16 to 20, 17. So then we have the, let me use red pen here. The next column is the returns. Returns. The returns as shown in the question, that is 15%, 5%, 18%, and 7%. After the return, then we have the average return. This was the actual return. Then we'll have the average return. The average return here. Average return. The average return. Average return and the average return here is the average return is 11.25, 11.25, 11.25, 11.25, 11.25. So this is the average return A bar. Okay, you can use that bar. So the average return, instead of using A bar, you can use X bar to be consistent with the previous illustration. X bar, that will be the average, then the actual is X. Then we can come here and determine the deviations. The deviation would be X, the actual, minus the expected. Actual minus the expected. So these are the deviations. So I take my calculator and get the difference between X and X bar, which is 15 minus 11, 15 minus 11.25, 3.75, 3.75. Next is 5 minus 11.25, 11.25 is negative 6.25. Next we have 18 minus 11.25, 6.75. Then lastly 7 minus 11.25 is negative 4.25. So next we'll have to do away with the signs by getting the square of the deviations. So we need to square these deviations. Okay, we square. Get the square of 3.75 square. 3.75 square. This is equal to 14.06. Next, 6.25 square is 39.06. Next, 6.75 square is 45.56. Next is negative 4.25. Square it, 18.06. These are the squares. So this is security A. We can move on to security B and do the same. Security B here. We continue with security B here. So security B, the years will remain, the return is different. So security B return for security B, the return here for security B, return security B 9, 11, 15, 10, that's the return. Then return X, then there is the average return X bar is 11.25, 11.25, 11.25, 11.25. The deviation here, X minus x bar, the average, the deviation. We take the 9, this one, x, minus 11.25. This is equal to negative 2.25. Then next, 11 minus 11.25. This is equal to negative 0.25. Next we have 15 minus 11.25 is equal to 3.75. Then 10 minus 11.25, 1.25. So you can go ahead and square the deviations. Square the deviation, this square. 2.25 square is 5.06. Next, 0.25 square, 0.06. Next, 3.75 square, 14.06. And lastly, 1.25 square is equal to 1.56. These are the deviations. So next step is to get the total here, total of the deviations, the total of the deviations squared, this total, we square, we get the totals, starting with security A, 14.06 plus 39.06 plus 45.56 plus 18.06, 116.74. Next total here is 5.06 plus 0.06 plus 14.06 plus 1.56. This is equal to 20.74. So these are the totals. So this is continue that line there, and this one. So this is the deviations. Deviations are squared. This is the summation. Summation. Let me start with this. This is the summation. The summation of the deviation of XA minus XA summation security A. Okay, the summation of the deviation of the actual and the average. This is the actual returns for security A. This is the average return for security A. The same thing here. We have the summation of XB minus XB, but that is the mean or the average. This is the summation. So the question is requiring us to calculate the standard deviation. Standard standard deviation, which is abbreviated as sigma. Okay, sigma. So the standard deviation sigma of security A would be equal to the square root of the summation of x A minus x bar A over n, which is the number of years. In this case, it's equal to 116.74 116.74 divide by 4. That will give us the standard deviation for security A. Then the standard deviation for security B will be the same, which is the summation of x B minus summation of x bar B over n, and this would be equal to the 20.74, the square root of 20.74 divided by 4. That will give us the standard deviation for the two securities. So we first divide 116.74 divide by 4. The square root is 5.4. 5.4 is the standard deviation for security A. Going to security B, 20.74 divided by 4, square root is 2.28. 2.28. So these are the standard deviations for the two securities A and B. A and B, and that was the question. The question was, as you can see from the board here, the question reads, compute or calculate the average return offered by the two securities and their relative riskness. So now, since the standard deviations of securities from A and B is more than the standard deviation of security B, since the standard deviation of returns from security A is more than the standard deviation of returns from security B, it indicates that security A, this one here, is more than this. Then it means that security A, our conclusion here, security A is more risky than security B because the standard deviation of security A is greater than the standard deviation of security B. So that's how standard deviation is calculated. So it's a very simple process. In this illustration, we have used past data. The past data for the two securities were collected for prior years. You can see 2013 to 2017, 4 years. It is very easy to calculate for past data because these returns are known. These are actual returns. These are returns that were paid to the holders of these securities. In our next illustration, we'll be looking at a situation where the returns are not known. Expected return. This was to help you understand how to calculate standard deviation, and it's a continuation from our last lesson where we introduced the calculation, how to calculate standard deviation and riskness of securities. Thank you for attending this lesson. God bless you.
Thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to get yourself a copy of our professionally prepared study text and revision partners. Visit our shop along Tomboya Street, Pioneer House, 3rd floor, opposite Fire Station.
Hello and welcome to class. We are studying the cost of capital. The cost of capital. This is our 3rd lesson. We are studying cost of capital. Cost of capital. In our previous lessons, we defined cost of capital as the price that a company pays for obtaining finance to run the operations of the organization. In our last lesson, we discussed the various components of cost of capital, which included, number 1, ordinary share capital. Ordinary share capital. Number 2, the preference share capital. And 3, debt. We defined this specific cost of capital. We looked at illustrations which help us learn how to calculate the cost of ordinary share capital, the cost of preference share capital, and the cost of debt. Today we proceed to discuss the concept of the weighted average cost of capital. Today we want to discuss what we call the weighted average cost of capital. Average cost of capital. The cost of capital is always an average cost because in our previous lesson we calculated the cost of specific sources of capital. But when we talk of cost of capital, is always an average cost, which is also referred to as an overall cost. This is an overall cost, or you may call it composite. Composite cost is an overall cost, is an average cost, because for you to make decisions as far as cost of capital, you need to determine the average cost of these various sources of capital. You need to determine an average because each element, each component has its own cost. Remember, in our illustration, we had a different cost of capital for these various sources. But for you to come up with a cost of capital, then it has to be an average cost of capital. And I've said that this average cost of capital is also referred to as the overall cost or composite cost. And since various capital components have different percentage costs, then it is important to determine a single average cost of capital attributable to various costs of capital. And this is determined on the basis of percentage cost of each capital component. And each category of capital is proportionately weighted. Each category, each element, each component in the capital structure is proportionately weighted. Proportionately weighted. And that is what we are going to learn in this lesson. We are going to learn how to compute the average weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital. So we will take an illustration, and we'll begin with the illustration we did last time in our last lesson. Remember the illustration in regard to Faida Limited. I'll read it. The following information was extracted from the books of Faida Limited as at 31st December 2015. So we have a table comprising the various sources of capital. The first one, ordinary share capital par value 25 shillings, 8% preference share capital par value 24 shillings, 10% preference share capital par value 20 shillings, and 10% debentures. Additional information. The share prices as at 31st December 2015 were as follows. Ordinary shares 30 bob, 8% preference shares 20 bob, 10% preference shares 25 shillings. The market value of the 10% debenture on 31st December 2015 was 500,000. Note number 2. The corporation tax rate is 30%. Number 3. The company has maintained payment of an ordinary dividend per share of 3.8 shillings over the past 5 years. Required. 1. Compute the cost of ordinary share capital. Number 2. The cost of 8% preference share capital. Number 3. Cost of 10% preference share capital. Number 4. Cost of 10% debentures. Then lastly, weighted average cost of capital. The weighted average cost of capital. So this question, we had determined the cost of specific sources of capital, starting with the cost of ordinary share capital, cost of 8% preference share capital, cost of 10% preference share capital, and cost of 10% debentures. That one we had determined in our last illustration. Today we are looking at the requirement number 4, that is the weighted average cost of capital. So how do you determine the weighted average cost of capital? Weighted average cost of capital. Now the weighted average cost of capital, the weighted average cost of capital, the weighted average cost of capital, that is the WACC. The weighted average cost of capital is determined using the following formula. Is determined using the following formula. That is KE, and remember our KE was the cost of capital. You multiply that with E over V plus KP. Remember, KP in our last illustration was the abbreviation of cost of preference share. So we multiply that with the P over V plus KD. Remember, KD was abbreviation for cost of debt times D over V. So these are the weights where K E is equal to cost of equity, K P the cost of preference shares, K D is equal to cost of debentures or debt, and E, this E is equal to the market value of equity. P is equal to market value of preference shares, and E is equal to market value of debt. Market value of debt. That is E, P, and D. Then V is equal to the total market value of the farm. The total market value of the farm, which is equal to E plus P plus D. All right? E plus P plus D is equal to the total market value of the farm, because E, as you have seen down here, is the market value of equity, P is the market value of preference shares, and D is the market value of debt or debentures. Right? So split my work area like that. So that is the formula for determining the weighted average cost of capital. The formula for determination of weighted average cost of capital. So these are now the weights. We say that the cost of capital of a farm, the weight is a weighted average. The cost of capital is a weighted average. Is an overall cost which is weighted average, and every component, every element, every category within the capital structure is proportionately weighted. Proportionately weighted. So that is the formula. So having identified the formula, which is down here, formula, we can now proceed to work out the weighted average cost of capital in our illustration. In our illustration, the Faida Limited illustration. Now, in calculating the weighted average cost of capital, the first step is to calculate the cost of capital for the specific sources of capital, cost of specific sources of capital. So, solution. we want to determine the weighted average cost of capital. Step number 1 is to calculate the cost of the specific sources of capital, and this we did in our last illustration. Remember, in this question we have one source being the ordinary share capital, or let's just call it equity, KE. The second source is the 8% preference shares. The third one was the 10% preference shares. And lastly, we had the this is the 10% debentures, 10% debentures. And in our illustration, our KE in this illustration we had determined 12.67%. That is KE. Then we have our KP of 8% preference shares. We calculated it. It was 9.6%. The 10% preference shares, the after-tax cost, KP 8%, and lastly KD, cost of debt, 5.6%. So the first step number 1 is to determine the cost of the specific sources of capital. Then step number 2. Step 2, we ought to calculate the market values of the specific sources of capital. Because remember, in the formula we have the market values of equity, preference shares, and debt. So the second step, an important step, is to determine the market values of the various sources of capital. Then lastly, step number 3. Step 3 is to determine, which is the last step, determine the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, the weighted average cost of capital. So in this illustration, step 1, we have accomplished step 1. We have the various, the cost of the specific sources of capital. Cost of equity is 12.67%, 8% preference shares, 9.6%, 10% preference shares, 8%, 10% debentures, 5.6%. So the second step, so we'll now move to our second step, which is the determination of the market values of the specific sources of capital. Okay? And we can decide to proceed to do that in a table. We can decide to have a table here where we have the sources one column for sources of capital. Okay, sources of capital. In this case, the sources of capital, we can have it in a table. Sources of capital, these are the sources. Then the market values, another column for market values. Market values. For example, the first one is equity. Now, equity, you can see the price we've been granted or given the price, market price per share. The market price per share for ordinary share capital is 30 shillings. So what will be the total market value for equity? What is the total market value for equity? We've been given the value, market value for one share. The market value for one share, which is 30 shillings. So for us to determine the total market value for equity, then we will need to calculate the number of shares. Then we multiply the number of shares with the market price per share. So the market price per share is 30 shillings. So the question is, how do we determine the number of shares? So number of shares, we simply divide the par value, which is 800,000, divide the par value by the face value per share. Okay, this is the total par value as given in the table, the first table, 800 shillings, that is the par value, and each ordinary share is 25 shillings. So divide by 25 shillings. This will give us the number of shares. Then multiply the number of shares with 30 shillings. 30 shillings. Number of shares times market price per share will be equal to the market value, total market value for equity. Then you can do the same for preference shares, that is 8%. Take the first one because there are two categories. 8% preference shares. 8% preference shares. The par value for preference shares, 600,000, divide by the par value per share. That will give us the number of shares. Then multiply the number of shares with the market price per share, which is 20 shillings. So 600,000 divide 600,000 by 24. Then multiply that, because this will give us the number of shares. Then multiply the number of shares with the market price per share, which is 20 shillings. We'll arrive at the market value for 8% preference shares. Then we have, of course, the 10% preference shares. How many? What is the value? The value is 400,000. 400,000 divide with the par value or face value of the 10% preference shares, which is 20 shillings. Multiply that with the market value per share of 25 shillings. So with this, we have the market values for 1, 2, 3. Then of course we had the debentures. The debentures, the par value for debentures is 500,000. That one we don't need to calculate because it's directly provided. the par value. Then I need to take my calculator and do the mathematics. Calculator. So this is a work of a calculator. 800. This 800,000 divide 25. That is 32,000 shares times 30. 960. This is 960,000. That is the total market value of equity. Then divide 600,000. 600,000 divide by 24. This gives me 25,000 8% preference shares times the market value per share times 20, 500,000. 10% preference shares, number of shares 400,000 divide 20. This is 20,000 shares times 25 shillings per share. 25 shillings per share, 500,000. Then of course we had the debentures. The debentures, the value is given in the question and it's at 500,000. So I get the total. This will give me the total. It's 500,000. 500,000 plus 500,000 plus 500,000 plus 960 plus 960,000. This is equal to 2460,000. Okay, so that is the total market value. In fact, let me just write it here. The total market value. Total market values. Total market values. So that is the second stage. Calculate the market value of the specific sources of capital. So these are the market values of specific sources of capital. Then we can now compute the weights, the proportions, the weight, because we say that every source or every component is proportionately weighted. So how do you compute the weight? The weight for equity. The weight for equity. This equity. The weight for equity. And I want to determine the weight for every source. The weight for equity will be equal to 960 divided by the total. 960 divided by this total. That will give us the weight, which is equal to 960 divide 2460. So the weight here is 0.39. The second one here, the weight 500 divide 2460. This will be equal to 0.2. Okay, 0.2. The same here, 0.2. Then lastly, 0.2. 0.2. So weights. Simply take the market value for every component divide with the total, that gives you the weight. Here is 500, divide by 2460, 0.2. Then the first one we saw was 960, divide by 2460. This is 0.39. So these are the weights. These are the weights. Okay, those are the weights. Then with that, we can move to the third stage, which is determine the weighted average cost. The weighted average cost. In the weighted average cost, we are going to apply the formula because we have the specific cost, we have the weight, because these are the weights. E over V gives us the weight, the way we have done it. P over V gives us the weight for 8% preference shares. All right. Then D over V, that is the market value for debt over total market value, will give us the weight. So we can now compute the step 3. This is step 2. Then step 3, we can determine the weighted average cost of capital, which you have seen is equal to E KE E over P plus KP P over V plus KD D over V. And this should be equal to cost of equity. Our cost of equity here, you can see 12.67. 12.67 times the weight, E over P. E over P. E over P, 960 over 2460, which is 0.9. 0.39. 0.39. Plus KP. We have two categories of preference shares. The first one is 8% and 10%. So KP, the first KP, cost of preference shares 9.6%. So 9.6% times the weight of 0.2 plus 8%, that is KP, 8% times 0.2 plus KD, 5.6%. This is 5.6% times the weight, which is 0.2. 0.2. So we just add, okay, cost times the proportion plus cost times the proportion plus cost times the proportion. Cost times the weight, cost times the weight, cost times the weight. We add, we aggregate. So the aggregate will be the cost, weighted average cost of capital. So we add. We can add here 12.67 times 0.39 plus 9.6 times 0.2 plus 8 times 0.2 plus 5.6 times 0.2. So the weighted average cost, the weighted average cost for Faida Limited is equal to 9.58. 9.58%. 9.58% is the weighted average cost of Faida Limited. So with that marks the end of that illustration. We have looked at an illustration, the first illustration in learning how to calculate the weighted average cost of capital, which is the overall cost of capital, also known as the composite cost of capital. And we said the cost of capital of a firm is a weighted average because a firm may have many sources of capital. For us to arrive at a single cost of capital, then we need to determine an average. And this average is determined as a percentage. Every specific cost of capital is proportionately weighted, and that is what we have done. I've given you the formula for weighted average cost of capital, which is equal to KD times the proportion for equity plus KP times the proportion for preference share capital plus KD times the proportion for debt. All right, where KE is the cost of equity, KP is the cost of preference shares, KD is the cost of debt. All right, and EPD represents the market value of equity, preference shares, and debt respectively. And V is the total market value of the firm, which is equal to the market value for equity plus the market value for preference share capital plus the market value for debt. So we have looked at and solved one illustration. In our next lesson, we will consider another illustration. Thank you very much. Let's meet in our next class. Hello candidates, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. It's my pleasure to welcome you once again to our today's learning session. The subject is financial accounting and the topic is Introduction to Public Sector Accounting. Our today's lesson is a continuation of a series in lessons in public sector accounting. So far we have learned about the features of public sector entities. We have covered the structure of the public sector. Currently we are on the subtopic regulatory structures. And under regulatory structures, candidates, we have learned about the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, which is the Kenyan version. Then we have also covered the Directorate of Accounting Services. In our last lesson, that's what we did. We looked at the technical directorates under the National Treasury. In our today's lesson, we want to proceed and learn about the National Treasury. The National Treasury. So far, candidates, just to do a quick recap of what we have covered under the topic public sector. Under public sector accounting, public sector accounting, the public sector accounting, we have done the features of public sector entities. We've also done the structure of public sector, Currently we are on the subtopic regulatory structures. This is our current subtopic. Now, so far under the subtopic regulatory structures, we have learned about the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, then the Directorate of Accounting Services, that is the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, the Director of Services. So this is covered under the regulatory structures and oversight. Candidates, if you can remember, we learned that the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board works under the auspices of the International Federation of Accountants. And the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, we saw that this is a Kenyan version of the International Public Standards Board, and it derives its mandate from the Public Financial Management Act. That's where it draws its mandate from. Then we discussed in our last lesson about the Directorate of Accounting Services. We said that this directorate is headed by a Director General, and the directorate is organized into four directorates. The first one is the Government Accounting Services. The second directorate is the Internal Audit Department. The third directorate is the Financial Management Information Services, the famous IFMIS. Then there is the last department, which is the National Sub-County Treasuries. So these are four directorates, and we gave 19 functions that are performed by these four directorates. And the Director General of the Directorate of Accounting Services reports to the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. And today candidates, we want to study the establishment, the mandate, and the functions of the National Treasury. The National Treasury. The National Treasury. That's going to be our subject of our lesson today, the National Treasury. And here is the lesson objective. By the end of this lesson, you as the candidate should be able to explain the establishment, the mandate, and the functions of the National Treasury, which is a regulatory structure under public sector accounting. That is the lesson objective. Now, candidates, the establishment. What can we say about establishment of National Treasury? Establishment. Now, the National Treasury derives its mandate from the 2010 Constitution, number one. Number two, the Public Financial Management Act of 2012 and the Executive Order number 2 of the year 2013, which was about organization of government. So the National Treasury draws its mandate, or we can say, draws its mandate from number one, the Constitution, and specifically Article 225 of the Constitution. Number two is the Public Financial Management Act of 2012, and number three is the Executive Order number 2 of the year 2013. Now, candidates, this Article 225 of the Constitution says, and I quote, "An Act of Parliament shall provide for the establishment, functions, and responsibilities of the National Treasury." That is what the Constitution states under Article 225, and the article is about financial control. Financial control. Article 225 is about financial control, and it says that an Act of Parliament shall provide for the establishment, functions, and responsibilities of the National Treasury. If I was to remind you, candidates, this Constitution was promulgated in the year 2010. All right, in 2010, the Kenyan citizens, through the Constitution, decided that an Act of Parliament shall provide for the establishment, the functions, and responsibilities of the National Treasury. And that act, candidates, is the Public Financial Management Act, right, of the year 2012. And you can see after the year 2012, the President, through the Executive Order number 2 of 2013, organized his government, because this executive order again is titled Organization of Government. The executive order, the second one in 2013, was about organization of government, and it superseded the executive order, the presidential circular of the year 2008. That's the history, okay, and establishment. So we have learned about establishment. How was it established? It's through these 3 articles, all right? The Constitution, an Act of Parliament, and the Executive Order. Executive Order. I hope that is clear enough. Let's now move on to the functions and responsibilities of the National Treasury. We have seen the establishment. We need to move on and discuss the functions of the National Treasury, which is headed by the Cabinet Secretary to the National Treasury. So, functions of the National Treasury. Functions of the National Treasury. Treasury. The pass. This is the pass, the national pass. The national what? The national pass. National Treasury. Now, candidates, the first function of the National Treasury, the first function of the National Treasury, according to the Public Financial Management Act, is that the National Treasury shall formulate, number 1, formulate, implement, and monitor macroeconomic policies, involving expenditure and revenue. Formulate, implement, and monitor macroeconomic policies involving expenditure and revenue. That is self-explanatory, because I'm well aware that you have covered macroeconomics. All right. Number 2 is to manage the level and composition of national public debt, national public debt, national guarantees and other financial obligations and other financial obligations of the national government. Remember, he's the cabinet secretary is the head of the national treasury. So he's to manage the level of and composition of the national debt, public national debt, national public debt, the national guarantees, and other obligations of the national government to manage. That is function number 2. Another responsibility, number 3, is to formulate, evaluate, and promote economic development in conjunction with other national government entities, other national government entities, right? Formulate, evaluate, and promote economic development in conjunction with other national government entities, because the ministry cannot on its own promote economic development. It has to work with other ministries and other public sector entities. Right? That is number 3. Number 4, to mobilize domestic and external resources. For what purpose? For financing budgetary requirements. Resources for financing national, you can even say financing both national government and county government budgetary requirements. County government and national government budgetary requirements is supposed to mobilize both from within and from without. All right? Domestic and external resources have to be mobilized by the National Treasury to ensure that the budgetary requirements of the national government and the county government are met. Then number 5. Function number 5 is to do what? Function number 5 is to design and prescribe. The national government's function, a very important one, is to design and prescribe an efficient what? Efficient financial management system, efficient financial management system for the national government national government and county governments, supposed to have an S there, and county governments, there are many, and county governments to ensure the purpose for this efficient financial management system for both the county government and the national government is to ensure transparent financial management and standard financial reporting. There should be standard financial reporting in the national government and the county governments, and that can only work or happen if the National Treasury designs and prescribes